Everybody, welcome back to, what's it called? To Dark Souls 2, Dirge of Drangleic. I almost forgot the name of my own campaign, mostly because I have to be switching between different tabs at the same time. I do hope my audio is coming through, otherwise it's going to be a very awkward pause at the start. What's it called?
It is.
Thank you. In that case, but yes, everybody, welcome back to Dark Souls 2: Dirge of Drangleic, or D&D campaign that combines, the world of Dark Souls, more specifically Dark Souls 2, and D&D. Here's what we're going to be doing from now on. Whenever we start a session, I will ask, whoever amongst the party wants to do the session recap, and if they do so, and I think it's a good enough recap, I will grant them a DM inspiration. How does that sound for all of you?
Nice.
Hey.
Okay. Who wants to be the one to do the session recap?
Hi.
Alright. And Katya says, I forgot. So I think it's fucking hold them down. It does kind of start like that. Whoever can string. Alright, well, in that case, Nathan, take it away. But before you do, a quick shout out to, a couple of people here. First of all, Sound Phenomenon for providing the background music that you're currently hearing right now. But also, as I'm going to do a little quick funny transition for you all to see something. A shout out to Mint Ellis for drawing this amazing piece of fan art that I'm currently showing on the stream. This is was actually drawn during the previous stream. Mint Ellis was actually in the chat when when we were streaming. Shout outs to them as well. This is amazing. I just want to say I really appreciate the effort that went into creating this. We see the entire party. We see Valencia, Ace, Atlas, Shieldbearer, Cygnus, and Dr. Rock. So, big shout outs to them as well. Thank you for the amazing fan art. But back to the session. Nathan, take it away.
Alrighty. So last session we started off the campaign, and we all basically. So everybody woke up in a very strange place where that seemed to have a lot of grass. We had our character introductions where we introduced Asavado O Brimstone, Shield Bear, Dr. Rock, Cygnus, Valencia, and finally Atlas, who nearly killed us all at the very start, and is obsessed with what is said to be a swarm of some sort, or of the propagation, which out of character we know, but in character everybody's so confused. We then made our way over towards, we made our way toward in a certain direction, not entirely sure. However, what happened was we got ambushed by a bunch of kobolds. Sorry, we've got ambushed by a bunch of kobolds who were taught in the ways of Master Sock, apparently. And we proceeded to scare most of them off, but also killed a decent few. We then walked into a small cabin across a rickety rope bridge, where we met these three old ladies, who gave us a few things that we are currently holding on to, a few starting gifts. Ace getting a fairly cool number of essentially just healing potions. Cygnus getting some sort of human effigy. Valencia got a thing, I guess. Yes, the cool rock. Yeah, and Atlas got a ring, and Rock got a funny bone. And I think Shieldbear got a seed, right? No, wait.
No,
no.
inverse.
Rock got the seed. Shield Bear got the bone. My bad. Following that, we were told to leave through the back door after a short rest and having a nice bowl of soup. And from there, we ended off the session after seeing some crows, which, from what I remember, Atlas was about to try and kill.
Okay.
So-
So yeah, we go to shoot some birds, but potentially no. Also,
mean-
I just remembered something.
Okay, go ahead.
That's important. Because we had a short rest, I essentially have a funky arcane recovery with the alt artificer. No, meant the G. Sent the GM, not hold up. Lit arcane recharge, so I'll get my spell slot back.
Yay, I
Okay.
get nothing back.
Cool. I mean, hey, it's good to know to keep track of all your resources. But because of that recap,
Speaking of
okay, go ahead.
souls, how many souls do we get from the kobolds?
We don't know.
You
'cause
don't
we
know yet because you're not being introduced to that concept. At least most of you have not.
Damn it!
What's it called? Don't worry, I'm keeping track of those on a separate tab. But thanks to that recap, you earned yourself a DM's inspiration, Signis. And with that,
Yeah.
we continue right where we left off, as you're traveling through the rest of the wooded area that is this strange limbo between worlds, as the housekeeper Milibet told you. You have been approached by... we haven't met Melina yet, so we can't make use of the currency. Yeah, exactly. And let me move you back to the map that you were at, like the art view here. Shout outs to, hold on 1 second. Shout outs to Uranium Railroad for making this screenshot. You guys will see, as I mentioned before, the sort of like twin pair of talking crows that seem to be hanging a little bit above you all in one of the large branches of the massive trees that permeate this area. The two crows seem to have been addressing you all directly. Well, more specifically, if you all were to look up, you would see that they are looking specifically at you, Valencia. As they once again repeat, You, give us Smooth. Yes, you, give us Silky.
Lady Knight, respond. Are they hostiles?
Do I understand what they're saying? If I can understand bestial, or are they just
They're speaking in common.
mimicking?
They're speaking in perfect common. What's it called?
Perfect.
So, what you
Ace
make of that
looking
is
over
up to
at Ace looking over at Atlas like, why in tarnation is a dang bird gonna be hostile?
We are in
Okay. Go ahead.
They're not hostile. As Valencia approaches them, approaches them to show that they're not hostile.
They're currently around like 10 feet above you. Again, on like on
I
top of a
don't
branch.
fully approach, just kind of ahead of everyone else.
Also, were you going to say something, Atlas? I thought I heard something. Oh,
Yeah, sorry, I forgot to unmute.
damn.
Hello?
Yeah, no,
Hello?
we hear you. We hear
Yeah,
you.
you're back.
What's it called? In response to Ace, Atlas just says, You do not know the capability of birds in this planetary sphere. Do not stand to assume that they are the same from your world.
At least I didn't try shooting at everything first.
Cygnus is actually
Shooting at everything clearly proved to be the correct solution last time.
Cygnus is just gonna use his cane to like try and lower Atlas's arm. Just sort of say, calm down, Un. I've been, while you may not have been here for a while, I have. I can certainly say that the wildlife here can be a little diverse, but I believe for sure that these ones are safe.
as you say that, well, Valencia, you're a little bit. Oh, go ahead.
No, Atlas just kind of says, understood, and lowers them as soon as, Cygnus explains.
Okay. As this is happening, Valencia, you approach them a little bit, and you see as the two crows didn't really leave their perch, but one of them says, "Yo, do you have Silky?" And the other one says, "Yeah, yo, do you have Smooth?"
Do I have Smooth?
Yes, Smooth, Silky, do you have?
Do I
think
notice
they're
the
talking
paw
about
in
your
one of
pet
the
rock.
mouths?
Hold on, what did you say, Katya?
Do I notice like the paw in one of the mouths?
Well, the art is shown them with a pearl, but you do see that one of them kind of plucks something from their nest and kind of holds it in their beak and sees, you see that it does appear to be some form of like smooth stone of sorts. What's it called? Like the type that would be formed after like years of being underneath a waterfall.
Yeah. No, unfortunately, I don't.
Go
Rock
ahead,
would
Nathan.
look to.
I think Nathan's about the same time. Go ahead.
Do I actually have background coins? Cause, I believe I have I should have 30 of those due to background, but I'm not sure if I do. Do I get those?
Coinage?
Yeah.
Sure, I'll say you have. I read about my actual deduction. It depends now. Sure, I'll say you have both of your well, you have a couple of like original world currency, as it were.
Valencia will turn to the party and to like announce, do any of you have smooth rocks?
I think you are
Cygnus,
I think Vine Rock is the only smooth one here. I think these birds fish for Vine Rock they got from the box.
Imagine if they just take this and this actually had a different purpose. We just miss out on it entirely.
Do I have something? No.
Can Cygnus
Oh, go ahead.
Can Cygnus pull out a coin from like his homeland? Like I think these would be better machined than what Drangleic usually has, right? So like it's a little smoother or
Not super smooth. In fact, you pull that out, and the crows begin to say, "Nah, no, not nice, not smooth. No, not silky smooth."
Robert
He just puts it back in his pocket.
Valencia, why don't you try removing thine stone?
Valencia takes hold of the rock and yeah, realizes that wait, yeah, it is smooth. Holds it up to the birds.
You see as their eyes are immediately drawn to the to the stone, and they seem to be following very intently with their gaze. Yes, that smooth, silky. You give, we give.
You can have it.
I think they are offering trade.
One of them fly. The moment you say you can have it, one of them, both of them actually, fly down in the blinding speed and have already swiped it from your hand as you have finished that sentence. And here's where I have to show y'all something important. Give me 1 second. Trust me, this is going to be a relevant mechanic at some point.
Relevant mechanic at some point, lol.
We just got a twinkling titanite for a rock.
So-
Oh my god.
Well, Valencia, you had a petrified something as your starting gift, meaning, well, you can trade this with the crows to see if you get something even better. So roll me a d100, Valencia.
Okay.
Okay. We have truly.
Nice.
Oh my
Nice.
god!
Nice.
Nice.
You got a white ring.
You
If only,
see.
if only,
Go ahead. Go ahead.
I think if only it was slightly lower, we would have gotten a titanite slab right out the gate.
Oh, I forgot about
No.
these
We
little
would have gotten.
dudes.
Yeah.
Titan Slab, or if it was higher, the fucking Channeler's Trident was the big price.
Oh,
Oh my god.
I did
We could
retweak the
get
way
ass-
Channeler's Tridents work in this version. What's it called? But hey,
Oh.
we'll see. You
Free bless is still good.
you see as they swipe the petrified something from your hand, and as one of them does that, the other one seems to then do like this flyby basically to your hand, effectively replacing the petrified something with something else in your hand. Before I reveal exactly what the ring does, I will just add the two crows into the journal so you guys can see them. Let me find the handout for the white ring. The ring in your hand, Valencia, appears to be a sort of like dark metal ring with a almost like white, a flower of sorts with a white center and green leaves. Green petals, my bad, around it. Where did I put the white ring? Ah, here it is. Show players.
Oh, disguise self.
ooh.
Huh.
Perfect-
Wait.
That's
Perfect for a night.
Yeah.
Pardon?
Perfect for a night.
Yes, truly.
So yes, it effectively works as a.
Will.
It effectively works as a hat of disguise of sorts. You get the disguise self at will, and you can also make yourself look like a phantom if you wish to, with that same version of the spell.
Valencia will thank
Oh.
the birds and do a little bow to them
What's it called?
as a show of thanks.
You do a bow. They don't really seem to respond to bow per se, but you do hear their voices once again as they fly back up to their perch and say, "Yeah, yeah, so nice, so smooth. Yeah, silky smooth. You bring
I
more,
told you this
we
rock
get
was going to
more."
be useful.
Go ahead.
Generally, just asking, like, can we actually tell what the ring does just by looking at it, or no?
I'm gonna say because these are technically still classified as your starting gift, you would just know kind of what it does. What's it called? Other enough from this point going on, however, every time you're gonna be grabbing a magical item, you will need to identify it.
Mm-hmm.
Hopefully, we don't come across too many of those.
Cygnus is just sort of gonna lean forward and look at it, just say, "Interesting." He like sort of pats the mask on his belt. Belt. Reminds me of something.
Wait, did you take the mask off? I thought you still had the mask on.
He's got
No, he
two
has
in
two
his
masks.
art.
Oh, okay.
But yeah.
Yeah.
The two crows seem to be watching you all, with a reignited curiosity in mind. They don't seem to pester you any further, but seems they are looking forward to seeing what other smooth and silky things you may bring them. What's it called? Well, from now, I ask, what do you all want to do? As a reminder of what you're looking at in front of you, there's a large, sort of like main road that leads towards in the direction of the crack in the ceiling of this massive cavernous environment that you find yourselves in. But that main road kind of splits off into various different directions. All of them marked with a little sort of like signpost that, just to reiterate, says the words trial off, followed by a particular attribute. 6 of them, I believe, in their, throughout the road. Go ahead.
Lady Knight, comply. What do these trials mean? What can we get out of them? Should we merely skip them?
I have no idea, but the charisma one sounds right up my alley. As she begins moving in that direction.
Do we wish?
Go ahead, Rock.
I think, do we wish to interact with the contests or challenges, or do we wish to make progress and leave this place?
That is what I asked. Keep up.
I mean, ain't no use in leaving no stone unturned.
Cygnus looks about. Oh, sorry.
Yeah, go
Cygnus
ahead.
sort of looks about, and he's Are there any walls between where we are and the crack actually lead straight up to it? And in fact, is the crack large enough for people to get out?
So basically the way this is laid out, it's like this long, sort of like road that leads in the distance. You know that it leads towards the direction of the crack, because the crack is very massive and very visible in the ceiling. The ceiling, as I mentioned before, is probably hundreds of feet tall. But it's still, big enough that it peaks like this light into the cavern that could either be moonlight or sunlight. It kind of comes out a little bit silvery, but you're not sure if that's just a trick of the light or if it is actually moonlight peeking through. There is no walls, as far as you can tell, between you and that. That crack in the distance. It's just a long stretch of the road that you can't quite tell exactly how long it actually goes. And
I believe that we may have to take these trials. Well, dibs on dexterity. Wait, no, he's not going to say dibs. He would say, I vouch myself for the dexterity.
Also, before all of that, Shieldbearer, you have already walked up in front of the Trial of Strength. You would see that it actually, the road that kind of splits off from the main one with that marked signpost, seems to go into this almost naturally formed archway that is made out of tangled vines and roots and branches. That kind of seem to form a almost like threshold of sorts. You see that it seems to kind of lead into one of the large trees, that you see all around you. Almost as if the tree itself, like the location inside it, is, the location of the trial, as it were. There's like this slight, wall, I guess, of gnarled branches that don't look impassable, but they're currently blocking the level of visibility into the what lies after the threshold.
Yeah.
You walk up to it, you point at yourself, then you point at Trial. Do you communicate anything else with your team?
No, he's just standing there, switching his finger between the trial and himself.
Yeah. Rock would
There is
go
a
to-
possibility that these trials require cooperation. In the event that it does, I shall assist you.
Yeah. Dr. Rock would go to Ace and would state, Zine seems to be mentally capable, as is myself. If these allow for more than one person, would Zine like the assistance of the doctor?
That'd be pretty helpful. We don't rightly know how these little trials supposed to work, but I don't think it's that hard.
As with all things we shall only know through trial and error. That is the only way to understand the unknown.
So what's the plan? Are we splitting up, or are we going to all of them together?
Well,
Cygnus...
whom believes themselves most competent in each respect, and depending on how many people we can wait for, say, for example, if one person is the only one to go to one trial, we can let that person go and see if more than one person can enter.
Cygnus thinks about it for a moment and holds up his hand like just to politely try and interject and say, I may have a possible way for us to go through this. We could go with partners first. Choose one that we feel that we are both competent in, two people are confident in, and we can choose to go with them to see, just to make sure that at least everybody has their back covered. Of course.
True, but that begs the question of if we can work together or if only one can enter.
If only one can enter, then so be it. But if we can work together, so be it.
Are the birds still here?
I suggest this at first.
They're still watching from above the perch, yes.
Excuse me, fellers, y'all know anything about these little trials?
They kind of look at each other. They look back at you. And one of them speaks up and says, "Oh, many go, many try, many die, many get lost. Yeah. Will you lose?"
Did these many go together, or did they go alone?
They alone. Only one can go. Yes. Yeah. Only one.
Well, that answers that question.
Works for me,
Well, so it seems.
as there's no equal to me anyway.
Cygnus just like sort of looks over.
I mean, I don't know.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
There
Well-
was a.
Oh, good.
Oh, sorry.
Robert said, well, there are 6 of us and 6 trials. So, which trials does everyone think they are most competent for? Myself is fairly competent in my mind and in my dexterity. He says that he stretches his arms, he's quite nimble.
My expertise is in destruction. However, if you are confident in your strength, Shield Bearer, then I can take on the Constitution one.
I'm pretty sharp as wit too, so. And then kind of looking over at the strength and constitution one, Ace looks at her arms. Got kind of noodle arms.
Yeah, like, Rock definitely has a bit of tone to him, but he's probably nowhere near fair and potentially Atlas. Like, he's got a 14, so he's stronger than the average person, but he's not a beefcake.
Yeah, Shieldbearer would respond to Ea with like, I'm equally confident in strength or surviving, so if you're best in destruction, I will go with surviving. You go ahead. As he
Very well.
stands in front of the Constitution one.
As Atlas kind of like starts to like walk towards the strength one, stand by for proof of completion.
Yeah, Rock would look to Ace and he seems to be the more mentally skilled. Not saying like everyone else is done, but it's more like they specialize in battles of mind rather than like physical, and would ask her, which does thine find themselves more competent in, thine wisdom or thine intelligence? I am not the best when it comes to the instinctual and wisdom.
Common sense.
Yes, I am okay at it, but my main specialty is within my thinking.
Well, more battles of Tom. Or like battles of Tom.
Because like out of character, Ace is definitely the best. Because like out of character, because you mentioned he has a 20 int. You're better than me at intelligence, but for me it's between intelligence and dexterity because they're both at a +3.
Like
my wisdom is a 1.
You got better wisdom than Ace. She's got a 0. Well,
I'm definitely not taking charisma because my charisma's a -1.
I think Valencia already called dibs on charisma, but go ahead.
Yeah.
Valencia called dibs on charisma. Well, I'm pretty smart as a wit myself, and battles of tomfoolery. And what you mean, battles of tomfoolery? Are there scales?
Of course you wouldn't understand. As she just continues going towards the charisma one.
Cygnus, as he, you see he, it sort of does, a very quick, flick of his wrist, and, a few cards come out and just sort of says, I am decent with my dexterity, I believe, even though, I'm not entirely sure about you. I also have been told that I tend to have a bit of panache, if so to say. Apart from that, I don't really have much to offer in the means of brute strength, but I am not at the most. I'm not the most intelligent either.
For me, yeah, it seems I'm going to wisdom because, for me, Rock is mine best talents are mine thinking on mine hands. As he says, he moves his hands fairly dexterously because he does practice medicine and that he knows how to be dexterous when he needs to be. I have a little bit of knowledge and experience from mine studies as I tend to gather mind resources myself. And so I need to have some survival skills, though it is not my strong suit.
Cygnus, considers it for a moment, just says, if so needed, I could try, if I could find an area of the cliff to scale, I might be able to scale my way out of here. Just, because athlete feet go burr.
Out of care if it's possible, I could just fly to the end if I really needed to, if possible, but I don't think it is.
We'll see. I mean, we'll see what happens.
So that's why it's I'm trying to think of what stat I'm best, because you beat me at Dex by a +2.
Okay.
So I'm guessing I'm the only one here that's not taking another trial that has the highest wisdom. Because Marine has better wisdom than me. I don't know, but I'm fairly certain Jericho does as well.
I mean, again,
but I don't know about Cygnus.
I mean, hey, while you guys decide that, I'm going to try to move with the people who have already kind of taken their position.
Yeah, Ace just walks up to the int one.
Those of you
wish me luck, fellers.
Those of you who have already decided on what trial you are taking, please roll me a d20. We'll see who goes first. As BT dubs, this is going to be a bit of a very theater of the mind heavy segment, because fuck if I'm going to find maps for 6 different fucking trials. What's it called? So you know, and also there are multiple ways to complete this. I'll try my best to describe your environment to the best of my abilities. So, Ace, we are moving on with you. The entrance to the area, past the little signpost that you see on the side of the road, it's exactly the same as the one I described with Shilbear. It's kind of like this sort of like naturally formed archway with like branches and you know, leaves and all sorts of foliage, with gnarled sort of branches that seem to block visibility, but not seemingly strong enough to impede your path. You can just probably push your way past them, crack them if need be. What's it called? There we go. Hold on. Signy's also rolled. We'll do Signy's in a moment because I'm already describing Ace.
That's not. It's no problem. I'm okay with this.
What's it called? Do you enter the threshold?
Yeah, Ace, she kind of tilts her hat down, like, yeah, I'm ready.
Okay. You enter the threshold, pushing your way past the branches, and in a moment, everything changes. It's as if you hear the forest begin to breathe, as it were, as the creaking of wood becomes, you know, it becomes audible. A howling wind crosses across the, you know, passes across the area. You are for a moment completely thrown off, you know, your senses here, until you manage to actually figure out what's happening. And by the time you look back, where there used to be the entrance to the trial, now lies what appears to be a fog wall. What's it called? That seems to cover the entire archway that you used to enter. Let me switch to a different song here.
Ace tries to go through the fog wall.
It seems solid, impassable, as it were.
Alright then.
I will move you to this next art that I'm using for the trials.
Nice.
Sorry.
It seems as if the forest expanded upon your entrance into this segment. You actually see that all around you, there seems to be like impassable, you know, sort of like branches that have enclosed you in a dome, as it were. The area roughly appears to be 30 feet in radius, so 60 feet diameter total, almost completely circular. And again, it seems like you're inside the interior of a large, sort of like arch tree. There are three different objects of interest that kind of stand out to you at the moment here. One of them appears to be a sort of like smaller tree that seems to have been starting growing within this larger tree. That seems dried and completely, you know, lifeless. The other appears to be what appears to be a sort of like shelf almost, that seems to have been built into the wall of the tree, of the grand arch tree that you're currently inside. And the third appears to be this sort of like engraving on the ground, almost, that seems to be towards the far end of the room. What's it called? So, what do you do now?
Well, Polk tugs at her collar a little bit and just sarcastically says to the ether, "Don't suppose any of y'all can give a gal a hint?" And then walks over to the engraving question mark.
You're approaching the engraving the far end?
Yeah.
Okay. You approach the engraving, and it appears to be kind of like this long faded, sort of like scripture that is, sort of being carved into the ground. You see marks of like dried, sort of like darkened blood around it, as if somebody frantically carved this into the ground in their last moments. No sign of a body though.
What does the message say?
It appears to be written in the way that you would write like a chant, like a religious chant. The scripture is hard to determine, but well, you can make me a religion check to see what it might be.
Oh boy, let's see. 23.
You try to kind of decipher what this could be. You're not, I don't imagine Ace herself is like super religious, I guess, but you
She's
probably,
not very well.
yeah, you probably had your fair experience with, like clerics or other acolytes of a particular faith in your, respective world. And you may kind of have heard at some point of something similar. This, however, seems to speak of a sort of a prophecy, as it were. It seems to make note of a coming of dark times, as it were, and speaks. The later half of the text seems to speak of what you interpret to be a time of change, as it were. It's kind of like in a sense, like the whole text kind of like strikes you as almost like a doomsday chant of sorts, of like, the old world must end for the new one to rise, type of thing. What's it called? You hear, as you are able to kind of like interpret this, this text, you hear like another sound of like the forest breathing, as it were, as wood creaks, and a piece of and the wind that you felt earlier kind of blows once again. You could swear, as you look around you, that some of the tangled branches that encompass this dome have begun to rescind.
Like, is it opening up anything? Like
it doesn't feel like anything particularly is opening up. It just feels like what's it called? It just feels like that was something right, as it were.
Okay. So it feels like something's right. Let's see. I'm thinking real quick. Wait a second. I'm gonna use Taker's Insight real quick and cast Detect Magic as a ritual.
Right. You spend 10 minutes concentrating, and you eventually create your sensor of Detect Magic. All the area permeates with a level of magic, more specifically transmutation. But you're able to discern that the three objects of interest that you found here in this location both have auras of evocation.
Well, either something's gonna be blasting at me, or maybe something to do with healing. Not too sure. So you said there's a shelf and a dried tree. We'll look at the shelf next.
The shelf, as it were, or the structure that appears to be a shelf, since we built into the side of the tree wall, as it were, it is covered in masses of like dead leaves and grass, creating this layer of gunk that makes it impossible to properly see, at first glance at the very least, what could be inside it. There could be something in there, but you would need to actually reach your hand into the hole.
Say that again? You kind of cut out on my...
I said there could be something in there, but you would need to actually reach in to find out.
Okay. So... let's see. Let's look in shenanigan. Nope. Oh. So Ace is gonna go into her bag of holding, into her smith's tools, and she'll pull out some tongs.
Okay.
Kind of feel around. Because she doesn't know if this is a trap or not.
Make me an investigation check with advantage.
Ooh, let's go. Remember, folks, if you have... Remember to look at your tools and random equipment, because you never know if it will be useful. 23 again.
Your tongues feel something as you, dig them into the gunk that is inside this sort of like alcove shelf type of location. I guess more like a cabin, like a deep cabinet, as it were. And you feel like they touch, something. A sort of like almost like a woodsman's axe almost. As you begin to pull it out, you actually see like the hilt, the blade. It looks very rusted. It looks very old.
Is this giving off any magic? Because detect magic is still up.
Yes, actually. It seems to be giving off a faint trace of evocation magic. Same as the. You probably believe that this was what you were detecting, picking up from the shelf.
Nice looking axe. You've seen better days. Ace kind of looking at it. She's gonna wave her hand over it for like a minute as she'll cast mending to see if it actually fixes it up.
Doesn't seem to have any effect.
Well, I guess this is more of an aesthetic choice. Now, let's see what makes you tick.
You also
Ace
cast
kind of
Mystical
looking
Ritual?
over it. Yes, I can only cast these as rituals.
You don't identify a specific enchantment, but you will be able to tell with this identify. It almost seems to be something in this identify is telling you. It feels less like an identify, more like a legend lore. Of sorts, where you get like this little sentence in your head, to kind of tell you what's happening. In this particular situation, the identify, as it were, is telling you something among the lines of, "Through the tools of men, the new world comes about."
The tools of man, new world comes about. I wonder. Ace kind of looks over at the tree real quick. You said it was kind of dry.
Yes, looks brittle, like it could break at any moment. At this point, you hear another sort of like breath and creaking of wood.
All right then. I think. So I'm guessing I'm on the right track then. Before Ace does anything else, she'll cast Identify on the tree. See
It's
what's going on.
well, you already detected evocation magic coming from it. This feels like something, an enchantment, I guess, identify wise. It feels very close to, how do I best do I describe this? It feels very close, like a magical effect, like an enchantment that is close to fragmenting. disturbing it could potentially cause a chain reaction in something that you're not able to quite fully discern. What do you identify?
Alright. Well, tools of man bring about change. If that's right. Well, here's open. And Ace will kind of take the axe, sort of look at it and we'll give it a bit. She'll give it a swing.
Heavy despite its size, but not unswingable.
Okay. Bit more heft, as expected for a lumber axe. All right. Hope you ain't a cactus folk, little buddy, because I feel real bad. And Ace kind of does like a careful chop.
Doesn't seem to cut it. You're gonna have to swing harder.
All right. She tries again.
You
Give her
dig
a
the
big ol'
axe. You dig the axe into the brittle tree inside the room. You see as from the, I guess the little lines, as it were, of the tree. You see that they begin to glow with a level of sort of like this bluish, like magical effect, and they seem to have a reaction with the axe that you have dug into it. The effect actually climbs up your hand, into your arm. I need you to make me an Arcana check. Actually, no, scratch that. An Arcana check or an Intelligence saving throw. I'll let you choose.
An Arcana or Intelligence save. It's basically the same modifier anyway. Wait. I cast the Identify on the tree. Would that give me advantage with the Arcana check?
Sure.
Okay. Well, let's go.
Nice.
You didn't need it.
You kind of feel like that sort of like magical feedback climb up your arm, and for a second you try to like refocus, your own knowledge of magic, because, well, though an artificer, you do have some, training in the arcane, as it were. And you feel as you're somehow able to push back the magical effect back into the axe through the tree, and you see as this almost lightning-like splintering of the top of the tree, that's fine, kind of bursts out from the top. Splinters fall all around you, but they all seem to miss you. They instead hit all the gnarled branches that make up the dome that is encircling the space, and you see as they all begin to, all the branches begin to kind of wither and fall apart and crack. For a second, you believe like they're going to, fall on top of you. But and just as you're about to maybe duck for cover or, hold on to something, whatever it is you may have attempted to do, you feel once again sort of like wind pick up again. You open your eyes and suddenly you are outside of the trial of intelligence. The path behind you seemingly, closed back up again by the gnarled branches. From everybody else's perspective, who may have still been outside by the time Ace went in, it was like Ace went in, and then maybe like a minute passed, and then you saw Ace walk back out. Ace, you have no recollection of having walked back out, but here's out of character what you just gained for completing the trial. I want you to mark it somewhere on your sheet. that you now have a legendary assistance for intelligence.
Hold up! Oh shit!
Ooh, let's freaking go! Let's freaking go!
Oh, that is insane!
The frig. This is freaking cool. Legendary assistance for intelligence, you said?
Yes, it is specifically a one-time use legendary assistance for an int save. Once you use it, it's gone forever.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Jesus Christ.
Honestly, I'm going to say it's a good thing Rock didn't do the thing, because he does not have Arcana at all. Arcana, magical shit is not... Magical shit is not Rock's specialty.
You could have used int save, so
Yeah.
Man.
but
Jumping
damn,
jackrabbit.
that's
That was crazy.
nice.
Wait,
Uh,
what? How'd I get back outside? Is it over?
It's been a minute. What happened?
Wait, it's been more than like 20, like half an hour or so when I was in there.
Cygnus like pulls out like this pocket watch. No, it's been a
Ace.
minute.
Ace also looks at. Well, Ace kind of gets out her pocket, looks in her pocket. Orb of Time only works on the friggin' material plane, so it looks out of whack.
yeah, it doesn't seem to be working too well here in this limbo space. Obviously, Cygnus, yours is a mundane clock, so it's it's made to still, it's not like a magical effect or anything like that. Yours is just a mundane pocket watch. So yeah, like around a minute seems to have passed since Ace went in.
Okay.
Uh,
Now that this thing don't work in here, I guess.
It's
Well,
been a minute.
well,
He just like slides it back into his coat.
is Ace still holding the axe?
no, it seems to have left your hand at some point. You believe it could have been just stuck inside the tree when it splintered.
Yeah, because, like, the way you'd probably see Ace, you would have seen Ace kind of, like, with her hands, like, held, like, she would have been holding something, like, maybe a two-handed item, like, maybe with a decent grip, and then she just looks at her hands like, where did it go? Oh. Well, I guess they need it for the next spellers who go in that little trial. But I think with me coming out, that means trial is succeeded. Wasn't too bad.
Alrighty, let's see how I do.
Yes.
Cygnus is gonna.
You rolled a 19, so you're up next. Shieldbearer claps. What's it called? You walk, Cygnus again, same doorway as everything else. What's it called? Upon you entering, and again the same sort of experience that I described with Ace happens, where it feels like a big wind picks up and the forest begins to shift almost around you. What's it called? You see, unlike Ace's room, however, you actually find yourself in this very large open area that seems to also have like a ceiling above it. Again, it seems these are all taking place within a massive, large tree interior. You see what appears to be almost like this large sort of like terrain with multiple hills, inclines, fallen trees, upright trees. There is vines dangling from above that seem to connect some of the trees together, and if this was, I guess, like a more urban setting, for you, it looks like an obstacle course. It isn't the only thing you see, however. We're not really taking account your passive perception here, but you're actually able to notice. It's the Helldivers 2 tutorial. I'm surprised you even know about Helldivers 2. what's it called? You see that there's actually some movement in the across like the grassland, the bushes and the trees. You see some creatures moving around. They look like humanoid, at least in silhouettes. You're not quite sure if they are, as their movements are sluggish, erratic, almost like puppets on strings. They don't seem to be moving any particular purpose, rather just shambling around. If you didn't know any better, this would look like walking corpses, as I'm going to show you how these creatures look like. What's it called? They all wear tattered clothes from different makes. Some look more humble than others, some look more fancy than others. Almost as if these too were travelers, adventurers once. They don't seem to have seen you all the way at the entrance, but yeah, continue.
Cygnus sort of looks forward and just says, "This, like, just he's gonna first look where he came from, just because
the impassable
yes,
fog wall at the gateway of this large tree."
Wait, quick question: is Cygnus like aware of fog walls? Because both from where he's from and this seems to be a thing.
You would know that sometimes beings of great power can create their own domains, as it were, separating them by this sort of like gateways, as it were. You don't know if that means there is a being of great power beyond this location, or if there is some other force at will here.
Cygnus sort of like sucks his teeth like the. Well, this is unfortunate. He just sort of says to himself. Well, however, due to them not being here, it seems that I have a little bit of time to myself. He's gonna look over. Could Cygnus like sort of try and like zone in on like zone in his like sight on those creatures that he saw like shambling around?
What are you trying to discern from them?
Whether or just like mostly it's mostly just like to see, like you mentioned they were shambling, like they were or dead, and like do these like just any features like that he could make out? Like you said, tattered clothing and such, but like is there anything about their movements that seems like kind of like off in a way that he recognizes, quote unquote?
Well, in their movements.
Is there anything I can roll for this?
I guess. Well, it's not really an ability score designated for this trial specifically, but I'll give you this. You can make me an insight check.
That is a
you
19.
Rolled that
Why am I rolling to DM?
Yeah, you rolled that to GM, but it was a 19. Some of them look like they still retain some form of training, as it were. Upon closer inspection, all of these lost wanderers, as it were, seem to be donning equipment and moving in such a fashion that it indicates that they may actually be of had some form of training prior to becoming what they are now. You see some of them carry great axes, others carry staffs, others carry swords and bows and the like. They all seem like they have a particular preferred fighting style, as it were.
Cygnus sort of thinks about it and it's like, okay, I don't think with the numbers I could take them. And so, if this is a trial, he looks up at the obstacle course. Then, and it's time, I went through with it. I think he would try and be as quiet as possible, not to alert them, but he would like try and make use of like his skill set to be able to try and move through the obstacle course.
In that case, first I need you to make me a stealth check. Perfect. That's a 24. You're able to kind of start walking a little bit lighter on your feet, making sure to avoid stepping on like loose branches on the ground and like what's it called? So if is your aim to move through the area undetected, or are you trying? Because as I described before, there seems to be like multiple avenues you can take to go about. There's either using advantage of the foliage on the ground to try and move unperturbed, or attempting to, use the environment itself as a way to traverse it. What exactly is your aim here at the moment?
He's using the environment, but he's just definitely trying his best not to be spotted. I think if anything, as he's going through this, he's like, there's quite a bit at stake. Wait, give me a second. There's quite a bit at stake, so he's not gonna mess around for a bit. He's donning the more stealth-based outfit.
Okay.
And he is going to start fucking moving as silently as he possibly can, and just getting the fuck through this.
Okay. In that case, I need you to, if you're trying to just kind of use the environment to your advantage, trying to actively, vault over obstacles, stay out of sight at the same time. Shout out to the artist of that token, me, says Jericho.
Thank you very much, Jericho, for the art.
And also shout outs to a Mad Hollow on Reddit for making the artwork for the enemy that is currently on screen. What's it called? Shout outs to you, Sukto. Go follow them on the socials that I have there in the video description. But anyway, back to this. It's enough with the self-promotions. What's it called? In that case, Cygnus, I'm gonna need you to make me an acrobatics check. You are able to kind of flip over one of the fallen trees, actually use it as a ramp of sorts, or to get a little bit of momentum. You jump, you hold
he can
on.
Just climb.
I mean that too. But it can be used as a bit of a thank you. It can be used as a bit of a platform, and then use it as a bit of a footstool to try and hold on to some of the other trees nearby. As I said before, they have like pretty large branches, and there's like vines and stuff dangling from them at any given moment. You are, though you are a decent distance above the enemy at this point, there is, you moving from one tree to the other can sometimes not be as stealthy as you might think it is. So here's what I think. Here's what you've been doing. I'm going to count both this stealth and the acrobatics as a single success. You need 3 successes to make it to the other side of this area. What's it called? Again, if your aim is to continue, I guess, being undetected and also kind of just like jumping around, then you'll effectively be doing both stealth and acrobatics to be able to make it to the other side. What do you wish to continue doing that?
Yeah, I think he would actually be fully making use of like dark patches, using like the dark colors of his uniform to like blend in while he's doing it.
Okay, dark patches. Evil
Shut
patches
up.
be like.
He's evil to begin with. Dark patches the good one.
Yeah, dark patches is like, friend, I'm actually a cleric. Do you need some help? What's it called?
That is the patches we love.
So, in that case, if you're still using advantage of the environment to climb your way around, make me another acrobatics check.
Okay. Oh, fuck!
says Yuriko, here's what's gonna happen. You were pretty high above the enemy. You see, you would see as you're trying to kind of leap from one branch to the other, you reach out, and right as you are the last bit of the branch to try and like jump onto the next one, you hear as a crack happens, taking your footing from underneath you. You fall. Fuck, man. I'll say roughly like 30 feet.
Can Cygnus actually try and save himself? Like use use his cane in like press a little button and then try and like lasso onto another branch?
I'll say I can allow you to make a sleight of hand check for that, but if you fail it, you're gonna be taking a little bit more damage. So it's one fail, 2 successes. You actually are able to react fast enough to lasso onto one of the branches with your threaded cane and swing your way across. I will say, however, that will actually break your stealth to some extent. Because even though you didn't hit the ground, you still fell distance from your positioning for stealth. So you see that now from the ground, looking up, all the Lost Wanderers are looking over at you, and they begin to chase after you. You see probably like a dozen of these people, just kind of like running underneath, at the ground, trying to catch up with you as you swing from one place to the other. You see the other side of the trial, another sort of like similar archway filled with large, with narrow branches. At this point, let me switch to a bit more of a chase music here. You see it on the other side. Is just one final stretch of the journey, as it were, left for you.
Cygnus is just sort of gonna smile and just say, "Well, no, you." Well, no, who's going for stealth now? Just sort of quickly he puts on the other mask and just immediately his outfit changes back. Like, come and get me. And he is going to try and fucking. He's just gonna scale the walls. Bonus action dash action dash. Just to like, just to try and like move from obstacle course, like through the obstacle course, using the walls to his advantage, like wall running, basically.
In that case, you do see that as you're doing this, some of the other wanderers begin to pull out a variety of weapons: bows, short bows, long bows, crossbows. What's it called? You even swear you heard a click as one of them drew their weapons. What's it called?
Can Cygnus's head sort of snap to that one? Like, does that one look like, you know?
It looks...
From where he's from?
I mean, the clothing is very tattered. It's kind of hard to tell. But there seemed to, for a second you thought you see this person wearing like a duster coat, or something to that effect. What's it called? A flurry of different, arrows and projectiles begin to fly your way, Cygnus, as spells, arrows and the like begin to fly over right around you. You see the entrance right below you as you're trying to find a swift form of descending. I need you to make me one final acrobatics or dexterity saving throw.
Oh, fuck.
You are able to, you kind of botch the landing a little bit here, Cygnus, as you're wanting to kind of do the thing where you roll when you hit the ground so that you carry your momentum. You are actually not able to actually do it properly this time around, as in the last moment before you're able to kind of touch the ground, one of your legs hits a piece of the floor that wasn't, at level with the other. Which kind of throws you off, makes you like fall a little bit to the ground. You are just within a couple of feet of the exit, but because of that little moment where you kind of slow down in your fall, or slow down in your movement rather, you see as they are actually able to take a shot at you. Some of them. What's it called? Give me a second while I find this.
Oh fuck. That is going to hit. That is gonna miss.
Hold on, I'm not done rolling.
That misses.
There we go.
That
It was
misses.
only gonna be 4. You see as many arrows and one gunshot is heard. As only one of them hits. Damn.
Wait, that's one damage.
The drifter will actually do something. So take 3 total damage from that shot as an arrow hits your leg. What's it called? And now here's the point where you're wondering, did I give this singular shitty ass enemy like the class features from like all 14 official classes? The answer is yes.
Jesus fucking Christ.
What's it called? The one that actually shoots the firearm, you see that even though he missed, you hear a detonation behind you. What's it called? So this happens.
Cygnus sort of like, okay, can I, like, can Cygnus actually, like, try and discern, or like, just from that, like, does that actually seem like a firearm that he's familiar with?
It probably was. Now it doesn't look like anything as it blows up in the creature's hand, basically destroying like his fingers in the process. But again, as an undead creature, he doesn't even seem to react to the detonation.
Cygnus would like, sort of be at rest, Hunter.
You take one final pot shot at the Wanderer as you leave the area. That does hit. Roll damage.
That he's not really taking a pot shot. It's more so like a mercy kill. He's taking it at the one that shot the firearm.
9. That's actually not enough to kill it outright. Your shot hits the mark, dead center, but again the creature seems to just kind of stand there. You see, however, as with enough stopping power, it did actually make the creature kind of like fall backwards a little bit, only to stand back up. Like the Undertaker, basically, like sitting back up. You can, if you wish, stick around a little bit more to make another shot, but that will allow them to take another shot at you.
He will do it, mostly just out of honor.
Okay, in that case, they will take another shot. Roll me your own attack. You take another shot and 3 more arrows fly your way, all falling like at your sides. And then the other one that was sitting back up like the Undertaker just gets another shot through the dome piece and falls, falls prone dead.
Rest well, Hunter. And he would just like stow the thing away. Mask still on, just fucking runs through the exit.
Okay, you run through the exit, and same as it was with Ace, you feel yourself, kind of like be battered by that strong wind, and you, without recollection of properly stepping back outside, you find yourself in the, back at the trials. What's it called? Give me a second while I move you there.
Damn, like he leaves for 1 minute, shield bearer waves again.
Again, all from your perspective, it has been roughly like a minute since Cygnus left. Not for you, Cygnus, it felt a little bit longer.
I know it's been only 1 minute.
Cygnus walks through, he just fucking smells like brimstone.
You okay?
You just see he like sort of like sucks his teeth. Ethan's just like, well, there was a mild issue. Just like it sort of like smooths out like the fabric in his leg where he like got scratched, etched, and like pats off like his duster, or like just like cinders on it. It's just like, um, that was certainly something.
Ace looking at the thing like, wait, did you get shot?
Eh, eh, yes. You could say a so, yes. Just like looks down, sees his legs, just like, oh well, oh, had a little bit of a mishap, and it ended up costing me. But apart from that, uh, no harm, no foul.
Okay, why'd you get the cooler one than mine? You were out here having an old-fashioned shootout, and here I was chopping down a little tree.
That depends on what you believe is fun. You just see he's a little bit more solemn, but there's like this, there's this like sort of undertone of well, I'm not particularly amazed by what happened just then.
What's it called? It goes without saying, but as a part of completion of the trial, you get your own one-time legendary resistance for dexterity.
You know, that's actually awesome for a rogue, too, because friggin'
Evasion.
I think later on, yeah, evasion, they had this.
What's it called? Who is up next in the trials? Let me scroll back up because it's been a while since we rolled a d20.
Valencia, I think.
Valencia. You stand in front of the trial of charisma. You were told by the crows that, hey, only one can enter, only one is allowed to enter. With that knowledge in mind, would you still try to enter with your horse?
Sure, I'll try with entering with my horse first.
Look.
Oh no.
Go ahead, Ward.
Yeah, Ace would kind of walk up to Valencia and say, like, if y'all ain't able to get in with, if you're a noble steed,
Is Bard lagging for everybody else, or is it just me?
Yeah, you cut out.
Yeah. Hello?
Yeah, hello?
We can hear you.
Okay. So yeah, Ace would walk over to Valencia and say, well, if y'all ain't able to get in with your noble steed here, I'll keep an eye on him.
Valencia's eyes like narrow, but after a short moment, she gets off her horse and passes them to you, telling you to look after them very carefully.
You got this, Scales, and Ace just slaps you on the back.
I tail whip you in return.
Ow! Hey. That's what I get from. See, I'm trying to be nice and everything. And Ace just looks over at the horse, goes into her bag, pulls out an apple from one of the rations.
Okay. In that case, you are Valencia. You're going to enter the trial of charisma. Same as before, as I've described. What's it called? As I described before, you will, make your way trudging through the gnarled branches at the entrance. For another strong wind so picks up. You already know this song and dance. However, the room that you find yourself in is not as rudimentary as the one that may have happened to your allies. Instead, what you find yourself in is a perfectly symmetrical, almost like completely square-shaped, like wooden a box almost. Well, I say box because it's a box-shaped room. It's not like really small. It's actually pretty wide, pretty tall too. As the ceiling, you can't even see it. The where the end of this particular ceiling may be. It still feels like you're inside like a tree, because you look at the walls and they all have like that sort of like wooden texture that all these grand trees seem to have, except everything looks like more proper, maybe. You see what appears to be benches around the area that are kind of like spread out, kind of separated by like a 5 by 5 foot, 5 foot distance from one another. And moving just back to the little thing here. What's it called? You see that what's it called? There's actually a number of humanoid figures, sat down at these benches. The same sort of like lost wanderers that I described before. They seem to be completely idle on top of these benches. The stand-up comedy. It's almost, yeah, it kind of almost feels like they're the way the benches kind of turn, they seem to be looking at a stage almost. The stage, as it were, it's made out of this this gnarled this again sort of like gnarly tree roots, as it were. And they do seem to be kind of like waiting for somebody to like stand there, as it were. What do you do?
Not even waiting for a moment, Valencia begins walking towards the stage as she just announces, good morrow, 'tis I, a humble knight, come to display the splendor and fulfill thy grand trial. What doth thee require of the servant of chivalry?
You kind of like say all of that, and you see as the wanderers seem to kind of like finally turn their heads. They were kind of hanging their heads low at this point, but they all kind of turn their heads to look at you, and they begin to like stare at you very intently, and one of them actually raises their hand, almost as if to ask for permission to speak.
He points at them and just announces, you may speak.
The wanderer says, great powerful knight, are you here to help us?
Help you? Of course I am. What help would you require?
You see one of them raises their hand, a different one raises their hand as well, and says, home. Can you lead us home?
That I can. Where is this home of yours?
Separate one speaks up and says, we don't remember.
Well, fear not, I will lead you to a home. Rise, everyone.
They don't rise just yet, but they kind of like look at you again. They seem to be like dead focused on you on the stage, and one of them kind of like begins to kind of like stand up and says, we miss our home. We want to Go.
If it's home you seek, then it is home that I'll bring you to. As a humble knight, I swear upon it.
I gotta ask, because, it's kind of important. Are you being serious with leading them home, or are you just leading them on?
Valencia's being, serious here.
In that case, I need you to make me a persuasion check.
Okay. Valencia is gonna use her dedication to basically give herself a +3 for this. Bam.
You see as even though they
Oh
kind of
my
stand,
god.
they kind of stand up from their benches. They don't move beyond that. And one of them says, "You won't. You don't know where to take us, right?"
I will admit, I do not. However, together we may find a way to find your home. Is that not right?
The another one says, "Where do we start? How do we start?"
By following me. Do I see an exit to this place?
It doesn't precisely look like an exit, but there is something behind the stage. So you basically walked from where behind the where the crowd would be, and at the far back of the room, where the stage is at, where you are currently standing, there isn't really like a doorway per se, but one that but what looks like almost like a monolith, almost like a stone monolith that has been dug into the ground and is currently against the wall. There is a singular sort of like line directly vertical on it, almost like this is like a set supposed to represent like a set of stone doors almost.
Okay. Valencia will point towards the stone door and just announce that we shall begin by exiting this place. We will never
Leaving?
find a home if we just sit here, will we not?
Leaving? Is that possible?
I assure you it is.
They all kind of look at each other. They look back at you, and one of them says, "You are lost too. We follow the lost. And then we go home. Is that it?"
I do believe so.
Maybe another persuasion check.
Okay. That's a 27.
They all look at each other once again, and you see as they begin walking, almost completely in unison, as if they were like a very well trained platoon, but they're still doing like the shambling movements. It's just all of the shambling movements are in sync with one another. And they begin to all step up the stage. Step on the stage, rather.
And with that, Valencia will begin walking towards the stone door.
You walk towards the stone door, and do you put your hand on it or something?
Yep. I try to see if I can just like push it open.
You put your hand on it, and you do notice that it starts giving like some form of purchase. What's it called? You see as it kind of begins to slowly open, and then the rest of the wanderers begin to join you in kind of opening the door, kind of all in unison. This is a very, like I said, it's like a very large sort of like stone, monolith almost. The all four of them begin to kind of begin to push the door with you. You begin to notice something's off about all of this. As when the the retainers maybe, as when the stone door, the more you push on it, the heavier it seems to get almost. At some point it becomes almost like completely unmovable. And you hear the voices of the lost wanderers begin to almost chant, kind of in unison, almost deafeningly so, like right into your ear, as they begin to chant something among the lines of, "We all go, we all live, we." I'm not sure if my voice mod actually picked that up. I think that fucked up.
The second part of that was
Is
weird.
there static?
It became
Static.
super garbled.
Yeah, no, I guess my voice mod is currently not acting properly. My bad. Sorry. What's it called? You see as they begin the chant, all together basically, and the more you hear it, the more it becomes like a droning in your ear. You begin to see this smoke begin to come out from the crack of the door. That seems to kind of like spill out. The more they keep, the more you keep pushing. You see as the one of them kind of puts like their hand on your shoulder, and says, "If one goes, we all go together." You feel this chill run down your spine, Valencia, as you begin to see the sprites come out of them as the smoke touches them. These sprites that almost look like their very souls begin to exit their bodies and begin to touch yours. I need you to make me a charisma saving throw.
Okay.
You
no.
begin to feel it's as if you're experiencing the sheer sadness, heartbreak, despair that these people have this experience after becoming lost in this location. That's not quite enough. You actually take some degree of psychic damage from this. You take 5 points of psychic damage as again the door seems to be slightly given way more, but it's like you're facing this sort of like I guess very torturous experience of reliving the memories of these people. You see like some fragments of their past lives, friends, family that they may have left behind in their respective homes, now no longer a chance of seeing them again. You see as it almost feels like they're banking on this chance of escape to finally return back. Do you keep pushing the door?
Valencia will keep pushing the door.
Make me another charisma save. You feel another mental strain as more memories begin to flash onto you. You do take a couple more. You take 9 points of psychic damage again, as the door finally gives, and you push it open. The black smoke kind of like dispersing in the area, filling your vision with darkness. As you hear the four voices of the people in unison chant, "Finally, home." As the darkness clears your eyes, you look around you and you find yourself back in the entrance. You for a second felt the sensation of the hand over your shoulder, or on your shoulder rather, and you instinctively kind of like reach with your hand, and you actually see ashes, dust in your fingertips as you try to look back. or touch, where the hand was on your shoulder, rather. You have, in a sense, completed the trial of charisma. It was just a very traumatic experience.
Upon exiting the thing, Valencia will just look back at the doorway she just came from, get down onto like one knee, and just say like a little prayer, and finishing it off with, "May you find your home."
Your horse,
Okay there.
your horse is actually one of the first one to walk up, and just kind of like, puts like its head against your body, Valencia.
She goes to hug her horse.
Oh.
You were saying something, Bart?
Yeah. Ace probably like walking with the horse by the reins would ask like,
okay.
"Are you okay?"
Are you okay, pal?
I'm fine.
Cygnus would like sort of come over and like the other shoulder or like sort of pats it gently, just says is don't I don't know what you saw in there, but just it seems that it wasn't pleasant. I can only say this is if you need comfort, or I'm not sure about the others, but I am here.
Valencia hears you out, but then after a few seconds, she just kind of shakes it off and returns to her usual self. Just proclaim like, "I'm a knight. I need no canceling." Anyway, who's next?
Who is next?
She looks
actually?
around to see where everyone else is.
I believe next one is hold on. Yeah, Shieldbearer. You got a 13, I believe. Last I check. Shieldbearer is by himself. Go ahead.
Yeah, it's me, then AR, and then Hawk.
Rock.
In that case, Shieldbearer, what do you do?
Shieldbearer looks at everybody, waves, and says, "Wish me luck."
You
As she
have my
walks-
blessing.
Cygnus like hands him a card.
Actually, and again, I may have forgotten to say it out loud, but again, goes without saying, one-time use legendary resistance for charisma saves. For you, Valencia. What's it called? Shieldbearer, you go into the trial of Constitution. Same
Yes.
as it was before with all of your allies. Upon entering, the terrain seems to shift, as it were, in response to your presence. Unlike your allies who have had like pretty decently sized areas, yours is very cramped. It's as if the tree shrunk the moment you walked into this place. You find yourself in this very narrow wooden corridor that seems to be almost suffocating to some extent. What's it called? You see that up ahead, down the corridor, it does seem to kind of go into this sort of like incline above. It kind of is like at the very edge of your possible range of vision at this point, but it does seem like there is an exit out of this. Do you continue moving forward?
Yes.
Let me get rid of it. What's it called? You see that after reaching sort of like the end of this little corridor, getting a couple more breathing space here as you were a little bit cramped in there, you see the incline goes into, again, this sort of like not really big room. It's still kind of like a tight fit for you, but it seems to scale up this ramp almost. It seems to be kind of like a grassy hill almost. That seems to be creating this incline. Again, kind of clashes a little bit with the otherwise narrow nature of the location that you currently find yourself in. You see what appears to be this what looks like a mound of darkened dirt at the top of the incline. The ceiling at this point, like I said, is still not super high. It's probably roughly around like probably a 10 feet flat, which doesn't help too much with the elevated nature of the hill in front of you. What's it called? You begin to pick up on something as you get to this particular point. Well, two things actually. One is a rather foul-looking, foul smell, as it were. The other is the sound of water. You can't see exactly where the source of the water is coming from because the hill is currently blocking most of your view. What do you do?
I will try to move to the water.
You move up the hill?
Yes.
You move up the hill and you see that upon reaching like the very apex, it kind of brushes a lot against the ceiling. It's a little bit, again, still kind of like a very tight fit for you, but you are able to spot two things from the top of this hill. One is that it actually goes down into a, like almost like steep drop, like a very inclined drop, into a body of water that seems to go under a tunnel, an underwater tunnel. The second is that there are two almost perches flanking this sort of like a sliding drop, as it were. You spot out of the corner of your eye some form of movement in those two perches. What do you do?
What do you mean with perches? Like
sort of like alcoves in the wall. Basically, from where you're standing, the drop goes down probably like 40 or so feet into the body of water that then dives into like an underwater tunnel almost. At the 20-foot mark of the drop, there are these two segments of stone that are jutting out from, well, not stone, of wood that are jutting out from the walls. And on those perches, you believe you see some form of creatures, some movement that you can't quite identify right at first glance.
Yeah. Well, Gilbert would just say, "Hello. I'm here for my trial."
You say hello, I'm here for my trial, and you actually see that the creatures that are on top of these perches begin to move. At first, you couldn't quite identify all the features, but then as they begin to move, you see almost like a amphibian or fish-like tail almost at the end of them, webbed legs that seem to be four of them, a quadruped creature of sorts. The entity's lower body seems almost lizard-like or frog-like in nature, with again legs that indicate they could potentially leap a great distance. There are two, however, features in these creatures that give you a great alarm, as it were, as you look upon them. Two sets, a set, a pair of giant, glowing yellow eyes is present within this, on the heads of these creatures. What's it called? As they see you, they are alerted by your call out. You see as they stare at you.
Oh,
I need you to make me a, what would this be? I'll say if you want to figure out what these creatures are, make me a, I'll give you either an animal handling or a, yeah, a nature check using wisdom.
so both equally as good. So let's go next. Hey, and yeah, you will repeat in Beast Folk voice, trying to figure out like, hello.
You know what these
I'm here
creatures
for my
are.
threat.
You know what these creatures are, Shieldbearer. These are basilisks. They are very dangerous creatures that inhabit the wooded regions of Drangleic, and they are known for their petrifying breath. In fact, as you call out to them, I'm here for my trial, you see as both of them begin to inflate their chest. I'm giving you a moment to decide what to do here. As like I said, you are on top of the hill that goes into like sort of like a ramp descent into the body of water. What do you do?
Seeing this, he will dive into the water and start swimming.
What's it called? You do just that as the basilisk let out a surge of their breath that begins to fill the entire, so like almost the full like 40-foot or so drop that is this segment that you find yourself in. You have but a second to begin to hold your breath as you dive into the body of water. What's it called? You are wearing heavy gear, obviously, so you kind of sink a little bit easier than most. But the floor, as it were, of this particular watery segment is not too deep that you would like have a lot of difficulty, making your way back up. The tunnel that you used to escape the basilisk, however, is very long. I need you to make me a Constitution saving throw to see if you're able to hold your breath for most of it.
Let me see if I have anything. I don't. Nope. Bunny.
What's it called? The tunnel is long. It probably goes longer than almost a minute, probably. And not only that, but at some point around the halfway point of the tunnel, you see you would see that the movement of the water begins to change, almost as if the flow is becoming irregular. You look back and you see that the basilisks have actually followed you through the tunnel, but they're having a hard time trying to get through it because they themselves are pretty big creatures. Medium-sized, I guess, would be an accurate measurement. And they are actually unable to properly crawl through the tunnel to follow you, both of them at the same time. What's it called? You are able to hold your breath for long enough to get to the other side of this tunnel, away from the basilisks. No sooner, however, have you made it out of the tunnel, that suddenly you begin to feel a change in temperature. You look around and you see snow falling indoors, actually. The room that you find yourself after getting out of the tunnel is a little bit more bigger, probably the biggest it's been so far since you entered the trial. I'll say roughly like a 50-foot by 50-foot sort of square room. But from the ceiling that you're not able to see actually the end of it, there seems to be snow falling from here. You see in front of you the exit of the trial, what you perceive to be the exit, well, because it seems to be looking exactly like the archway that you used to get here in the first place.
Yeah.
What's it called? However, as I said, like, snow begins to fall, and then more snow, and more snow. Suddenly it becomes incredibly cold, reminding you of, well, a distant land in this continent.
Yeah.
It becomes unbearably so. What do you do now?
First off, I will dry myself off using the snow. Because yes, that is something you can do.
Hey, that's actually pretty fucking clever. What's it called? You bring to grab a bunch of snow and just use it to like rub it over segments of your body. Try to get as much of the water off it before the cold front, damages you in a particular way. You are able to get most of the liquid out before a blizzard begins to pick up. Like the room isn't that particularly long, but every movement you do here feels sluggish. Feels like it takes you like a while to actually perform. What's it called? You see, well, now that you're properly dried, do you begin to make your way across the room?
Yes, he will use his shield to block in front of the snowstorm, and then start moving towards the exit.
In that case, I need you to make me one final con save with advantage, because you actually, were clever enough to dry yourself off before going forward.
Hey!
You put your shield up and begin to move, tread your way through, like, the rapidly encompassing, like, blizzard that is turning this location into, like a snowy wasteland, basically. You eventually make it all the way to the room after what felt like grueling minutes of moving through the snow. Maybe not as grueling for you, perhaps. But eventually you make it all the way to the final segment of this trial. You make it to the exit. And once you do exit, you find yourself back in the main pathway with everybody else. What's it called? A second. There we go. You make it back to the main pathway with everybody else. And again, goes without saying, but you earned yourself your legendary resistance one-time use for Constitution. What's it called? You guys see as Shieldbearer comes out of the trial covered in snow.
Hello.
And where did you go off to? What's the name of the northern place above Drangleic?
Elium Lois.
Elium Lois?
No, it was not Allium Lois. First,
Ace kind of looks confused because she's never seen snow. Because most of where she's from is like deserts, forest, swamps, prairies. It doesn't really snow.
Do you require a quick thaw?
actually, Shieldbearer makes 5 snowballs and tosses one against each of you.
What's it called?
Wait,
Can
you do
Cygnus
that
dodge?
to Ace?
Yeah, well, to the, like, chest or back.
You miss.
Well, I'm just trying to intercept it.
Oh, you're
Yeah,
trying to
it's-
I'm doing splash damage on the ground, basically.
What's it called?
Hold
So
on. Like,
just to kinda-
roll the hit at least.
Yeah, roll to see. I guess we'll count this as an improvised weapon attack. What's it called? So just be like your raw strength unless you're proficient in improvised weapons as well. What's it
I-
called?
Don't believe I am.
Okay. Well, in that case, yes. So improvised weapon attack against whoever you're aiming at.
Well, let's go first for Valencia, then for AR, then for Rock, Ace, and Cygnus.
The 8 was at Cygnus. Was the 8 at
8 is against Ace.
Yeah, you see Ace, she just ducks her head like, whoa! Seeing the
Which one's
snowball.
that Cygnus again?
Sorry,
My
17.
headphones were doing a thing.
17.
Cygnus fucking throws a card at it.
Uh,
In fact, no. He's gonna do this.
I feel like that would just make it 2 snowballs instead of 1.
Yeah. Now they split. Double it.
No, let me just pull up the information for card trick.
Oh god.
He would just like, you see, he holds his arm up and then it with like a card in it, fucking like, and then you just see like it suddenly from his arm going up in like the up position, like his eyes glow slightly, and then next thing you know, his arm is like down as if he already went through with the throw. Fucking card goes through. Ooh, it smashes it to pieces.
I mean, well, no, well, not really smashes it into pieces, but I say it basically makes it split into 2 separate projectiles, which don't, hit Cygnus, I don't believe, but they do kind of like basically pass around you and hit like the tree behind you. You see as the 2 crows on the upper perch kind of like freak out for a second and just like bat their wings as they fly. They fly in place basically. But the other hits, 21, that was at who?
Against Valencia and the 19 against Air.
The snowball like hits her like neck and then goes underneath her armor as Valencia.
Oh no!
She begins like clawing at her like chest plate, just like saying like cold.
You hear Ace kind of snicker a little bit after she kind of ducked out the way.
AR is gonna walk up to Valencia and just kind of like, you kind of like see like their chest sort of like glow as you feel just like a gigantic, like warm sort of like boom, like warm air, like
Space heater function.
Space heater function, exactly. Using my flux cannon to heat it up to the point where it just turns, like basically just like turns into steam.
He instinctively just like skitters towards you. Just flight.
A fucking reptile being cold-blooded, and then they just like find the heat lamps, just like, yes.
Warm rock acquired.
Warm rock acquired.
Yeah, you hear Gilbert chuckle, and then he's like, well, I run away from 2 basilisk, through some water, and then came up to a snowy place, used the snow to dry myself off, and walked through a snowstorm.
I was about to say, it looked like you went through an icebox. And why are you trying to throw a ball of slush over at me? And then takes off her hat. Remember? Gotta be careful of something like that.
Sorry. It's
Look, it's
what
alright.
we need to have fun.
Well, it don't really snow where I'm from, thankfully. And well, unless you want to have ain't no harm done. It's all right. It's all right though, little big guy. At least you made it out in one piece, and well, most of us are dry. Kind of snickering, looking over at Valencia, who's kind of warming up.
What's it called? Well, and like I already said, you get your legendary assistance one time use for Constitution. So who's up next?
It is
Yeah.
me.
Atlas.
The
Go ahead.
like AR just kind of like walks over to their designated spot and says, "Fun is a non-factor. I will get this done as efficiently as possible. Stand by for proof of annihilation."
I'll quit being such a stick in the mud. Maybe it's gonna be maybe it'll be fun like bears.
I
Alright.
could have been petrified.
Ace got like a really fucking like simple, nice task, and is just assuming that everyone else has had one as well.
No, like she's mad that she didn't go to the one with freaking Cygnus, because Cygnus got into a shootout. That would have been fun for Ace. But she got the boring one.
There are multiple ways of completing your trial. You just chose the most optimal and least risky one out of all of them, without even knowing.
Yeah, Cygnus also fucking smells like sulfur though right now.
Oh my god. But yes, Atlas, you stand in front of the trial of strength. You go through the entrance to the trial of hand, and next verse, same as last. Wind picks up, the earth changes, the forest once again shifts in response to your approach. The place that you find yourself now appears to be a relatively decently sized large room with again a ceiling that you actually do see the end of. The top of the arch tree, as it were, in which you're currently in, appears to be roughly, I'll say roughly around 30 feet above you. No, 40 feet above you, rather. There are what appears to be, well, a couple of different objects of note in your immediate vicinity. You see a sort of like large, smaller, well, large in relative size to you, smaller in relative size to the arch tree you're currently inside. A tree that seems to be growing within the interior of the same tree. Not too dissimilar from the one that I described for Ace, except this one looks, well, even more brittle, I suppose, to some extent. It is currently roughly around 20 or so feet in front of you, to the side from the entrance, and what appears to be a number of this large, almost domino-like stone slabs that are kind of spread out throughout the room. One thing of note, however, the room is actually split in two. There's a large sheer drop that goes from, that separates around the halfway point of the room from yours. What's it called? The room itself, in length, let's say it's roughly like 120 feet long. So around the 60-point mark. No, rather, at around the 40-foot mark, the gap starts and takes away, a good chunk of the room. On the other side, you see what appears to be a number of the lost wanderers that seem to be sitting on this somewhat symmetrical, stone shapes that almost seem like seats, almost. There's around 3 of them on the other side.
How are they sitting?
They're sitting with their heads hanging low, almost as if they are just expecting something or someone.
Okay, so you said that there was like a brittle, like small tree, and then a set of like domino style like stone slabs.
Yes, the stone slabs are kind of aligned in such a way that they seem to be facing towards the gap. Each stone slab is roughly around, say, like 10 foot tall. What's it called?
Okay. Sorry, because I'm just having a hard time like visualizing all of this, but that's so. The stone slabs, do they look like they are intended to like be used to cross the gap?
They
or
are
at least capable of doing
they are
so.
positioned. They are long enough that they could make a bridge, but the problem is how you would maintain them over the gap.
And what does the tree look like it's doing? Like, is
the
it
tree
just there?
is angled in such a way that it kind of seems to be facing the gap as well, but it doesn't it seems to be kind of like arced to a certain extent. That it kind of seems to arc over the gap as well.
Mm-hmm. So, how many stone slabs are there?
There's around 3 of them on your side, and 2 more on the side of the Lost Wanderers.
Okay, so there's 3 slabs here, 2 on the other side. You said that the Wanderers were sat in like a symmetrical looking like chair configuration. Like, does it look like does it look like a seesaw? Like, does it look like it does something to do with weight? Or
It does actually.
okay.
I'm just doing like a quick sketch of the room so you can get a better idea.
Yeah, thank you. Like I'm very bad at visualizing this sort of thing, but yeah, all right. In that case, yeah, Atlas is gonna walk up to one of the slabs. They all look like equally sized, or do they look like they're like like ascending in height?
They look equally sized.
Analyzing weight distribution. Can I try to figure out like how heavy these things are?
They are pretty big. Like I said, they're kind of like 10 feet tall.
Okay.
What's it called? Yeah. They could easily be above the I'll say probably above the 100 pounds. Easily.
100 pounds. That's it. That's enough for me to carry him. Atlas is going to want to like grab these, go to the edge, and like huck them, as like weapons at the Lost Wanderers.
Wait, hold on. Can you repeat that? Just so I understood.
I'm gonna pick up one of them, and just toss them at the Lost Wanderers.
You toss the one of the stone slabs over the gap. Like, mind you, the gap itself, like, this is pretty wide gap, probably like almost like a full like 25 feet long, almost. What's it called? But I'll say you have enough strength to actually, effectively chuck one of these stone slabs over the gap. At this point, the Lost Wanderers react to your presence as they look up from where they were sitting.
If I don't hit one of them, I'm gonna try again with another slab.
Is your aim to hit them?
Yes, I'm trying to hit them.
Okay. Roll me an attack roll, an improvised weapon.
22.
You grab on the stone slabs, do like a little spin, and then chuck it at one of the Lost Wanderers. What's it called? The Lost Wanderer, which one are you aiming, just out of curiosity?
I'll say the one on my right. You said they're like one on the left, one on the right, one in mid.
Yes. You're aiming at the one on the right.
Yeah. Yes.
What's it called? You aim at that one, and you see as it doesn't even have like a chance to react before the stone slab like sort of crushes this Lost Wanderer underneath it. You actually do see that again. It's kind of like this seesaw sort of like mechanism made out of stones on the side. What's it called? And when you toss the stone slab on the on the one on the far right, the stone slab actually seems to hold down on that sort of like seesaw mechanism, and it seems to lift the other Lost Wanderer at the far end. At this point, you notice something. When the Lost Wanderer on the left side gets gets lifted up, it actually begins to move. Kind of like it seems you triggered like almost like a Rube Goldberg sort of like mechanism upon tossing one of the stone slabs over there. You see as the Lost Wanderer seems to look over at you, and then look back at the what's it called? at the other stone slab that still remains on the on your side, and then does like a pointing with the finger over at the stone slab, and then at the tree. You see as the wanderer then pulls out what appears to be a rope from its from its backpack.
Okay. Give me a moment. I'm trying to figure out what the fuck this thing is telling me. I kind of think that what it's telling me is like tie a rope to like, you know, one of the slabs and then like, you know, to push the tree over. I think that's what it's saying. Atlas is gonna throw another slab at the one on the left.
Okay. So roll me another attack.
That is a 10.
It's a 10. The slab doesn't quite hit the one on the left. It basically falls like right here in front of it. What's it called? The Lost Wanderer in the middle of the seesaw kind of looks over at this one, kind of like also reacts, and kind of just seems to stare, then looks back at you, and does like this weird sort of like motion with its hand of like almost there. you almost got it. Again, like.
All right. Well, I'm gonna toss it. The last one over.
The last third stone slab. All right.
That's only a 9.
Plus dice of stone. You toss the last stone slab over to the Lost Wanderer. Because you had already tossed the other one that kind of landed like a little bit further like in front. Basically what happens is that you toss the second one, and effectively the two make like a sort of like a very unstable looking platform as the other stone slab is dangling precariously over the using the other one as a balancing beam.
Question.
Yes.
You said this tree looked quite brittle. How can I throw this one? Can I throw the tree?
Can you throw the tree? It doesn't seem like it was intended for that, but you can certainly try.
Okay. That's an 11.
Where are you throwing this, just out of curiosity?
At the Lone Wanderer on the left.
Okay, I need you to roll me a D100 real quick.
Alright. 69. God damn it! Is that both D100s rolling 69 this session?
Yeah. Yep. It's true. This is a nice session.
What does this mean? What do they mean by that, chat?
Wait, wasn't the first one made by Valencia and the second one made by Atlas? You know what that means?
It's
Oh
fate.
lord.
It's fate.
It is truly fate.
It's fate, eternal wait.
Oh my god.
You tossed well, it's not just as simple as tossing the tree, basically, because what you do is you actually have to basically dig your hands into the bark, and begin to pull it out of the place where it's rooted at. Thankfully, you don't actually need to pull it out by the roots themselves, as the tree itself was already weakened enough that you can just pull out like a chunk of it, and grab it. You toss it at the Lost Wanderer on the left, and because you had already tossed the other stone slabs, what's it called? Then what ends up happening here is this weird sort of like series of events. The tree is not, obviously doesn't reach because that's a 9. Well, no, that's an 11. My bad.
11.
What's it called? And you end up tossing the tree. It doesn't quite reach, but it does land on top of the other two stone slabs that you had already tossed. What's it called? What ends up happening is that the tree falls on the two stone slabs that are kind of dangling precariously over the edge, and you see as it kind of acts as like a almost like a lever mechanism of sorts, where it flips the one of the other stone slab like a little bit higher into the air, which then falls on top of the other lost wanderer on the on the fucking thing. This now balances out the weight of the stone mechanism, of the seesaw, sort of like stone mechanism. And as now both slabs are on the are kind of dangled on the middle of this, you see as it kind of begins to, the weight seems to push down on the seesaw. As the lone wanderer in the middle begins to kind of sink into the ground with the stone mechanism. What's it called? You see as the lone wanderer in the middle kind of like looks over at you and says, "That was strange." As the stone mechanism sinks into the middle, you hear like the sound of the forest breathing again.
The forest has just given up at this point. It's like it had the cool trial.
As the branches seem to be the branches kind of make up like the dome, I guess, not dome, but like the box that is this room, seem to kind of unfurl, and you are hit once again with a sort of like wind. Your vision blurs for a second, Atlas. Not the way I intended you to complete that, but you did it. There are multiple ways to complete this, but I'm happy with this result. What's it called? You completed the trial of strength.
What's it called?
Only
as
you.
As Atlas like emerges, they just kind of say, 2 out of 3 hostiles annihilated. I was let free anyways. Task succeeded.
Cygnus like looks over, it's just like, oh yeah, that's our problem to deal with. Like, he doesn't actually say it, but like you could sort of see it in his body language.
Leaving one survivor. I call this progress.
It was an unfortunate circumstance. I was pushed out before my completion.
What did you even do?
I threw rocks at one of them, and then missed twice, and then threw a tree, which caused one of the stone slabs to fly up and crush the other one.
Cygnus
rock.
I was not able to kill the third one.
Cygnus looks at Ace, like deadass looks at Ace and Valencia. You can't see his expression behind the mask, but you could sort of tell like he's dumbfounded.
A
Leaving
slow
survivor behind means they'll know not to mess with you anymore.
Well,
I appreciate that line of thinking, Lady Knight. I will accept it as a victory.
I guess that's one way to prove strength.
Yeah, Ace is just scratching her head at this point, like, whatever happened, I guess it worked, because they're here.
So, I want to know what I wrote in my in my notes for the trial of strength. I'm not gonna read them verbatim, but basically what I had in mind was that if a character couldn't make the jump, or find another way to get these stones across, they would be able to do a pulley with the tree and a piece of rope and the stone slabs to get the stones to the other side. What's it called?
Like, that's what I was thinking. Like,
Here's the thing. At some point, I completely understood how you wanted me to solve it. However, Atlas's plan was to kill the 3 and then just fly up. You're flying. You said it was 40 feet up. I could just make that like easily. Atlas just
So
thought,
the
like,
plan is.
strength, kill.
Wait,
That's what
give me a
that's
sec.
what
I have a
told to
clip
do.
for this. I have a
Uh,
clip for this.
What's it called? I mean, again, the point was to balance out the weight on both sides with the stone slabs or your own body. But you make it, so I'm just gonna, I'm gonna say it was a success. Oh man, what's it called? Dr. Rock, are you here? Rav, you're muted if you're here. Rav,
Yes, I am here.
you're the final one. The trial of wisdom. Go ahead.
I didn't think it was my turn just yet. Okay. The Rock will walk into the trial after everybody else has done theirs, or goes into his if we all did ours at the same time.
Since people have been just kind of waiting for someone to get back, it seems regardless of how long someone perceives the trial as lasting, it's only perceived as 1 minute for everybody else outside. What's it called? So, Dr. Rock, you walk into the trial of wisdom. The moment you cross the threshold, stretching past the gnarled branches, you find yourself in this vast expanse, probably the even bigger room than all the other ones that I've described so far. In fact, it looks almost like you're back at the forest of Things Betwixt, the one that you were trekking through on the way to the cabin. However, it seems the foliage is, well, overgrown, more so than it was before. You see as the some of the trees seem to bend at odd angles, almost as if somebody has changed the forest to make it as difficult to navigate as possible. You see in the far distance a light, like a torch cone almost, or what you believe to be a torch cone. Could be a lantern, could be anything. It's only ever partially visible from your current position of the entrance, but just as soon as you see where that position of that light is at the end, of this vast horizon, it flickers and disappears. What do you do?
So I saw a torch stone, but before I could recognize whatever it is, it flickered and vanished.
Yes, it didn't move. That much you're certain. It's like somebody covered it like a hooded lantern.
How dark is the area around me? Was that the only light I could see?
It is the only visible light you can see, but as far as illumination, lighting goes around here, it's looking pretty dark. There's almost no signs of any other light source. You can only see a couple of feet in front of you before everything goes into darkness. Actually, do you have dark vision?
I don't think so. I have good eyesight, but I'm not a nocturnal bird. I didn't pick that one.
So yes, it is pretty much like damn near pitch darkness. You would notice a what's it called? A carving, an engraving in one of the nearby trees, that says, "Find your way or become lost forever."
Rock, he's going to use his head a bit for this, and will take out his spear, and since he can't really see that super far ahead of him, he's going to use it to effectively tap on the ground and try and use that to basically figure out which way goes the longest based on how long the sound travels for, and try and use that to find out how to go. Would that be a survival?
You're trying to see how far the sound travels. I'll say that's...
if he knows that, he can basically figure out which way to go is forward.
I'll say that'll be either survival or perception.
Both are the exact same, so I'll just go with my perception. 18, not bad.
You kind of begin to pay attention to the sound, and not just the sound, but like at this point you actually start picking up on a slight gust, as it were, of wind. It seems to be flowing down the same direction where you saw the light flicker out.
Then Rock will continue heading towards that direction, making sure to keep an eye out on his surroundings in case anything tries and ambushes him.
I do want to ask, are you keeping this this strategy of trying to see where the sound travels, or are you doing something else in order to get your bearings here?
Well, now that he notices the wind and such, he's gonna focus more on following. Like, there's no trees and stuff around him, so he's not gonna think about making a torch right this second. Or at least there might not be any resin to light it properly. So he's gonna. I guess since you mentioned he noticed like a draft, a breeze coming from where that torch originally was, right?
Yes.
Then I'm gonna try and follow that. Question: would this help? It is technically weather relating to wind.
The sky and a skill and add double your principal bonus to the check instead of using normal principal bonus. Huh. I'll say... yeah, I'll say this applies for the survival check at the very least.
Okay. So, extra 3 on top of this. Well, that's a 12.
At the moment, you can't determine anything regarding the weather per se that could potentially assist you here. It could be because of the fact that, again, this is kind of like this weird dimensional space that doesn't perhaps stick to the rules of how weather should work, as evidenced by the fact that you saw Shieldbearer come out of one of the trials with covered in snow, and that doesn't seem to be the actual like climate here. What's it called? So you're not able to actually determine anything regarding the weather could help you move. However, it is at this point that you're trekking to the woods that I need to ask you your perception. Your passive perception.
I believe it's 14, yes. Passive perception is a 14.
In that case, give me a second. What's it called? You are able to see and hear what appears to be silhouettes following you through the, through the forest, stalking you almost. Just as soon as you look over your shoulder, out the corner of your eye, they seem to try their best to hide, but you know where they're going.
Rock would continue to move cautiously, but he has a bomb in his hand at the ready.
Okay.
Like he's got a hand under his cloak, ready to basically grab one of his explosives if needed.
Okay.
The other hand ready on his rapier.
So, you've made one success so far. You need 2 to finish the trial. What's it called? You know there's something out there that is chasing you or that is stalking you at this very moment. With that in mind, how do you continue your strategy of navigating the terrain? You keep doing the same thing, or you attempt something else?
This time, Rock using his talons, because he's like, this dimensional space is weird. He knows weather doesn't follow norm, and it's quite dark. He doesn't want to make his blast, if needed, will be making light. he's gonna start, if there are trees or objects near him, marking them. So that way he can check if he's going in circles. Just as he passes them.
Okay. In that case, I'll give you advantage on this. Make me another survival check.
23.
23.
Almost a nat 20.
You begin to kind of mark wherever you've been to kind of avoid, going in circles. It seems to work because there are times where you believe, oh, actually, I recognize that mark. Let me go this way, and you kind of course correct to a certain extent to try to navigate your way best through the area. At this point, you see the flicker of the lantern one more time in the distance. It looks a little bit brighter than before, so you believe you're getting closer to the final destination of this particular trial. The people around the silhouettes in the woods become a little bit more present at this point. Almost as if they're not really jumping to attack you at the moment, but it's almost as if they're waiting for their chance. You feel like you're closer a little bit more. This time around, do you continue your trek yet again? At this point, you begin to hear whispers in the air, almost as if these silhouettes are, making noises to try and throw you off your trail. Distractions. You hear snapping of branches, movements in the bushes. It seems they're trying everything in their power to make you, unable to find your way. The DC is going to increase from this point on. So I'm going to ask you what other strategy can you think of to make your way across.
Since they are trying everything to make Rock lose his sense of direction, he's going to continue the strategy of marking, but this time, he's using his alchemical class. He's going to mark places he's been with whatever the strongest smelling chemical is on his person. Because he may not be able to see, he may not be able to notice, but if he smells, say, ammonia or something, as he approaches the location, he says, okay, I've been here before.
Okay. Interesting strategy. I'll give you a circumstantial +2. And you already have advantage from marking before, so you have mentioned a +2.
Okay. That's 18.
Do you have anything else to add to this?
No, I don't, unless this counts in any way, because I guess it would, because I'm identifying alchemical substances for marking.
Your skill check made it identify herbs, poison, and poisons, or other chemical substances. Huh? How much would that add to this check?
It adds half my proficiency, which at this level is 3. So if we round down, it becomes a 19. If we round up, it becomes a 20.
Can anybody double check if when it comes to this type of abilities, that we round up or we round down?
Most abilities will say round down unless.
Oh wait, no, it says
if
rounded
it's
up.
stated-
It says rounded up is 2, so it's 20.
Oh shoot!
Okay.
Yeah.
In that case, with a round up, you have a 20. You actually didn't need a 20 to pass, but what's it called? You pass anyway. What's it called? So you are able to kind of noticing that they are actually shifting out their strategy, making sure that you're actually having a even harder time navigating through this terrain. You see, as you actually begin to kind of leave behind this chemical substance to effectively mark the territory, so to speak. And you notice that they are these figures, whatever they may be, that are hiding in the woods. They don't seem to actually have accounted for that. You one final time see like the flicker of light beyond, behind the tree. It's actually the brightest you've seen it so far. You're actually right next to it. You peek over behind a tree, and you see as the flicker of light that was there seems to be a dangling hooded lantern that is being kept covered and uncovered by another one of the lost wanderers, whose arm seems to be permanently attached to the to the hood of the hooded lantern, via like this form of like chain that is kind of wrapped around it. Just behind this lost wanderer with the hooded lantern, you see archway very similar to the one you used to enter this area. The lost wanderer looks at you, Dr. Rock, and just kind of says, "Go." What do you do, Dr. Rock?
If the thing just says go, Rock will nod and just begin making his way out, hand still in his pocket, ready for pocket bomb in case somebody tried some shit.
You turn.
You've heard of pocket sand, now
Yeah.
pocket bomb.
You make like this final sort of like turnaround, to see like back at the sort of like rough forested area, and you see like in the tree branches, behind the bushes, speaking from behind trees, like this sets of like glowing eyes, kind of like staring back at you from the distance. If anybody's seen Princess Mononoke, the kind of like the spirits that appear in the trees, basically, it kind of looks like that. Except they look like very much like humanoid silhouettes. You are able to make it through, and congratulations, you passed the trial of wisdom. Had you failed horribly these checks, you would have started gaining levels of exhaustion. What's the cause? So it's a good thing you didn't.
Yeah.
What's the
I
cause?
don't know if Rock was the best choice for this, but like, I really find it funny how the guy with not so great wisdom still found a way to use intelligence.
Well, yeah, you have fucking additions to nature and survival checks. That's actually pretty damn good for this.
Well,
What's the cause?
in addition to nature and survival, that's purely for weather, and I just figured, oh, he mentioned wind. Wind is relating to weather. Let's see if that applies. Didn't actually come in any handy, but
Honestly, yeah, you did a whole lot better than if Ace went through that shenaniganry.
Yeah, if Cygnus went through that, he would have been fucking dead. I'm sorry.
Rock just comes. Everyone just, as your old just sees Rock come through last. As he just looks around, as you see him reach, and he reaches his hand out from beneath his wings and such. Well, that was interesting. This place is very strange. I just realized Rock's also probably used to fuckity weird reality shit like this, considering he comes from a world sort of Bloodborne theme.
So he just sort of like shrugs. Uggs. Well, he can say for certain that we've all completed the trials. The question is now, where do we go from here?
Well, good of you to ask. None of you had noticed this so far, but a 7th archway has appeared. The sign next to it, Trial of Unity.
Well, seems this one's very simple to understand the meaning of.
Guess we all go together then?
Very well, I shall lead the way.
Now, if anybody's doing leading, it's me. So Ace just flaps her just to go in front of Valencia, like, nah. I'll do the lead this time.
What's it called? Like,
This one
As-
suggests
as a,
Atlas or Shield Bear.
Go ahead, Jericho.
as Ace, like, like says, like, if anyone's leading, it'll be me. And yeah, Doc Rock suggests Shieldbearer or Atlas. Atlas will actually like put their hand on like Ace's like chest and say, "Do not be so presumptuous." And will turn to Valencia.
Exactly.
On your mark, Commander.
Valencia gets onto her horse. Onwards!
This one believes the most heavily defended should be in the front in case of ambush.
Great way to show unity, guys.
Exactly. You all begin to
I mean, you
walk.
got the two most eager people getting ready to run.
And then Rock is just like, hey, maybe we should let our tanks go first.
You all begin to walk through the archway. This time around, there's no like weird shenaniganry, like the spatial displacement, the forest shifting, a wind picking up, whatever. There's none of that. In fact, it looks like a very straightforward path. There's this sort of like a curving, almost like ramp that looks more like akin to like a set of stone stairs. Seems to be heading down into what appears to be a shore, almost. One of the few instances you've actually seen the edge of this area that borders with the bodies of water. You see that this is actually surrounded by, by a large boulders that kind of block visibility once you were to actually reach the bottom of this, of this set of stairs. I'm moving you all to this next map.
Yeah.
Ah,
As soon
you
as A sees the water, she kind of just backpedals a little bit, like, yeah.
What's it called? You guys are coming in from over here, where I am thinking it. What's it called? In front of you, what appears to be a large, like I said, shore that kind of stretches out for a couple of tents of food on each direction, bordering with a body of clear water, at the very least clear at first, before the further it seems to go, the more murky, darkened it becomes. Not because becoming like dirty or anything like that, it just seems to turn somehow opaque, for some reason at some point. You see that there's actually a large, almost stone sarcophagus or coffin of sorts in in the shore of this particular mass of land. You look around at it, seems pretty deserted, pretty empty. Do you guys do anything upon first arriving?
Rock would take a deep breath, to see if this, basically just from smell alone, because it's different from one to the other, if this water is fresh water or salt water, if it smells like ocean or if it smells like a lake or a river.
My bad, I accidentally turned off that fucking thing. My bad, what's it called? What you can tell from just taking a breath in, it seems like, it doesn't seem like salt water.
Do I?
This seems to be fresh water, though I cannot tell without tasting. Though I'm not fun to risk such things randomly.
And what were you gonna say, Silver? Go ahead.
Do I recognize this location?
The sand looks a little bit, pale, I guess, like almost white, in comparison. But it doesn't look too similar from the shores of Drangleic. Yeah, as far as you are aware, you don't recognize it per se, but it evokes this feeling of like familiarity to some extent.
Alright.
Well, ain't that kind of ominous? Looking over at the stone coffin.
Is there a lid on the coffin, or is the coffin open?
It is. There is a lid, but it is partially open. It's like it's basically kind of like that, diagonally across the coffin. You can see inside it. You notice there is no like dead body.
If there's any vampires or ghouls hiding around, say so.
This is interesting. Shield Bear, you took the trial that is for sturdiness of body, yeah?
Yes.
Would thine mind lifting the lid in case there is a gas trap or something else, as you might be able to resist the effect?
Not
Good.
Dark Rock using Silver as a sacrificial pawn.
What? The guy, Rock knows his constitution. He's not great. Like, this guy took the challenge and apparently swam through Arctic waters. He could probably handle a gas trap, and if not, he can heal him after. He's got health potions. This is like let the tank with the hardy body test the trap, test in case there's a gas trap.
Would anyone see if magic is the case?
Oh yeah, Ace. Oh, give me a little bit. Ace with her ability will cast detect magic as a ritual.
Okay.
Like what?
You cast the tech magic at around, after 10 minutes pass, 15 charm. Around the 10-minute mark, when, the tech magic goes off. You notice a level of transmutation magic coming from the sarcophagus. In fact, because to your vision, as it were, of the tech magic, you're able to pinpoint there's actually like a set of runes carved onto the coffin itself, at the interior of the coffin, almost. What's it called? As you do this, and you get a little bit closer to it, it is around this point that I need to ask everyone's passive perception again.
414. Technically higher if it's anything relating to alchemical stuff.
I just want to ask if I could make a check, but damn.
What check
Ace
were you
is
trying to make?
basically like covering
Perception.
Yeah.
Well, Ace was doing her detect magic, but
Oh, I mean,
best perception.
you can do me a perception check if you want to. Also, what are you saying, Ace?
Yeah, like when Shield Bearer was gonna go and do the whole, I'm gonna check the coffin for traps. Ace got her hand on her on Lady Luck, like, and saying, "Well, I got you covered just in case there is anything fishy."
Okay.
At the moment,
Okay.
yeah, Shield Bearer would ask people to, let me see, real quick, stand around this far at least, so that he can help if need be.
How far?
Flanch's horse, so like this being the line.
Okay.
So behind that line or in front of it?
In front, so between the coffin and this line.
Okay.
Also, Cygnus, you can also roll perception.
Because, yeah, abilities to protect people.
Everybody but Ace and Valencia would start hearing the sound of like stones falling, like you kind of turn over to the side and try to and Rock as well. You will hear the sound of like rocks falling, hitting some of the boulders nearby on the beach. Upon you were kind of looking around, and if you were to follow the sound of the stones, you would see two figures kind of seemingly moving the rocks aside as if they were lying in wait during the underneath or behind, or perhaps behind the rocks. What's it called? And I will reveal these two creatures on a map.
Because I'm still using my defensive everything.
You see these large creatures begin to position themselves. They appear to be very broad in body shape, standing roughly around 12 feet tall. Maybe a little bit shorter than that. with this gnarly sort of like scaled hide like skin, a singular eye in their heads, and a large horn that is, well, though large, relatively smaller in relative size to the body. Set of grimy, almost yellowish teeth in their mouth, as a trail of saliva begins to fall down their mouths. They look over and they just go. And I need everybody
I
to roll
think
me.
it's time to go.
I need everybody to roll me initiative.
Oh,
Damn.
damn it! I didn't want to start.
I mean, hey, if you want, I'm willing to trade initiative. I'll trade for your net 20.
Before we begin this, what's it called? The other song that I've been using for the ambience for this particular segment of Trials is from Baldur's Gate. Hopefully, I don't get copyrighted.
Do you have an ability or?
And I'm just saying, if you don't want your net 20, if allowed, I'd happily take it.
No.
I thought you meant if I had an ability to not get copyright strike.
No. If only, imagine.
just like copyright strike immunity can't fucking get copyright strike. That would be fucking amazing. If only.
No, Rab said like, I would want, if you don't want your initiative, I would like to switch, and I'm like, do you have an ability for that, or why you say it?
Well,
I was thinking you said you didn't want to go first and all that. You didn't want that. It's like, I'm going last. I'd have to. I won't hear last.
That's unfortunately a thing of the alert feat. The new
Also,
alert feat.
no need
which
to worry
I don't
about that, because they're both going last.
Oh yeah, but this more.
Like I was gonna venom bomb one of them, which would help potentially set up other people's shit.
Alright. And I need to add this at the end. In that case, we begin our encounter. Shield Bearer, you're up.
Alright, let me look real quick because there's a lot I can do. That's why I don't want to start.
That's where the dice fall, I suppose.
Yeah.
I've got a handful of things, but I've generally already planned my stuff.
Alright, Shield Bearer would, let me measure this out, take the dash action. Let me see how I'm actually gonna do this movement, because I think this way might be better. It doesn't really matter. To use this when moving in at least 10 feet in a similar direction. I can start pushing people, and if I push them into structures or things, I deal damage.
Huh.
So
Okay.
I will dash like this to push him into the wall.
Okay. In that case, do they have to make a strength save or is it an attack roll? What is it?
It's technically a
shove.
shove action, so it's contested athletics
okay.
or acrobatics.
So the ogre must make a strength save. Well, strength check. My bad. I don't think that. Can you even roll below that?
I can, but I didn't.
So 15. How much damage does
So-
it take?
Yeah, let
36
me
plus strength mod.
put the modifier really quick, because apparently I didn't have this attack yet. Sorry.
You can just roll your 2d6 plus your strength, and you can add the macro in a bit.
Yeah, so it would be 2d6 plus 3.
They take 13 damage. And
13 points of bludgeoning damage as you see Shieldbearer rush up with his shield, crush this ogre against the wall.
yes. And because I shove, I can choose to either move him or push him prone, I believe. Let me look real quick. That's the one, and I can also do that. I will choose to do this one to instead push him 5 feet away, which pushes him into the structure, and to have him prone.
Okay. You can push up 10 feet away, push up 5 feet away. And you knock it prone. Is this an additional save or check, or did you just get knocked prone?
No, this is just because I succeeded into pushing them. So
Okay.
no additional check.
So you see as this creature falls prone as Shieldbearer pushes it into the wall. Anything else,
Then
Shieldbearer?
I use the Shieldbearer bonus action, which I didn't name this ability, so that's a great coincidence. And ready both my reactions.
Okay.
That's it.
In that case, Cygnus, your turn.
Cygnus would like start like walking up to that one, like he is being very theatric with this, like he is not. So he's gonna walk up to here, and you hear as he like starts speaking. Beasts, how unpleasant. Feral creatures to be put down. Once more, I begin the hunt. You just see as like he makes a motion with his cane, and it like extends outwards, or like turning into and you just hear like this chattering noise as the cane like extends into a whip. I am going to yep, there it is. This is because in its whip form it has a 10-foot range. Going to hit him with the good old thing. I have advantage, right? Because they're prone.
I believe
I
you
think
have
it's
to
melee
be,
in 5 feet.
Yeah, you have to be within 5 feet to get advantage from prone creature.
Yeah, for
Doesn't
melee.
matter. A creature is still
Yes.
in 5 feet, so I get at a sneak attack.
Yeah, no,
Anyways.
because if you attack from longer than 5 feet, you have disadvantage, meaning no sneak attack.
What do you mean? It's
That's
it's
the
a
prone
whip.
ability.
Wait, seriously?
If the attacker is within 5 feet, it has advantage. Otherwise, the attack roll has disadvantage.
Okay.
And because of disadvantage, sneak attack wouldn't proc.
I mean, my instinct is telling me that kind of sounds stupid because it's still a melee weapon attack. What's it called?
How you
Yeah,
rule
it's
it,
a-
but
It's a
those-
range. It's not a ranged weapon.
I think that's a kind of a stupid ruling. So we're gonna say you still have advantage with a reach weapon. So
Yeah,
Yep.
because that only applies with like bows and slings and whatnot.
Yep. Cygnus is gonna hit him with the old sneak attack. I'm gonna hit him with the threaded cane. That is fucking 14. That is ass. Fuck!
hey, hold on, let me check. That
no.
might still hit. That still hits.
Let's go.
Gonna hit him with the wabam.
16 points of
15.
damage total of slashing damage. Ooh, chunky damage. Still alive.
Bonus action. Getting the fuck out of there.
Just in case we have reach.
Yep. Bonus action, cutting action, and dash, get the fuck out.
Okay.
Just like see as he like fucking shoves back.
They can still make up attacks.
If they
If
have
they
reach.
Bloodborne backstep.
What's it called? They don't have reach, by the way. So.
Oh.
Anything else, Sickness?
That is my entire action. Goodbye.
What's it called? Ace.
Oh, go ahead.
Ace, the two are tied and your dexterity is higher, but could I go before you to try to give us a chance at making you better at hitting them?
Tandem turns.
You know what? Yeah. Yeah, that's fun.
Alright.
For Eor's turn, I will use one of my reactions to move back 10 feet and any up attack with disadvantage.
They are very simple-minded creatures. They will take an
Right.
attack with disadvantage.
That misses. And now I will do the same thing again.
Oh lord.
Slash into him.
Jesus.
Oh.
Oh my god.
Ah, he succeeds. Too bad. Otherwise, I
Damn,
could have
he
made
was
his
ready.
speed 0 as well.
Well, damn.
He was ready for it.
AR, go ahead.
Well, actually, that was at the end of Cygnus' turn, so at the start of AR's turn, I will use my second
Well,
reaction.
Mm,
Yes.
I'm gonna say, no. I'm gonna say that's not how it works. So
That's fine.
Fair.
AR, go ahead.
Alright. What's it called? AR will ask.
Stupid as fuck shit.
Ace, Lady Knight, I presume both of you have a form of pyrokinesis.
You mean pyromancy?
Indeed.
Yeah, I got a little bit of.
Sure do.
Now, because of that, if I could, I'd want to go before all of you because I want to throw I was gonna throw an oil bomb at this fucker.
I can't.
Damn.
I'm not gonna go. I'm not gonna go that hard on tandem turns. Go.
Yeah. I guess this was because we rolled at the same time too.
Yeah.
Like literally for me, it sucks because two of my bombs set up shit, but I go after everyone.
Hey,
I mean,
Luck
it's
of
fine.
the
We
draw.
have other turns. Don't
Yeah.
worry.
and there's another dude.
It's also just
Yeah.
the case of one of my main bombs, my poison ones, lose their effect at the end of the
I
enemy's
mean,
turn.
again,
Right
you
after.
have variety. You have variety. Go ahead, AR.
Yeah.
In order to, just get the extra speed, because I can't reach him otherwise, I will gain my flying speed by expending one Divine Fervor and bolt over here, and then attempt to grapple hit this guy with a grappler. So first of all, going to attempt to grapple. That's not gonna work.
It might. Let's see. No,
Nope.
it's
If,
not.
if they had
No.
advantage.
However, hit, punch, come on, 24.
Hits.
And I want, as you just kind of hear a bzzzt, as I'm going to deal 9 bludgeoning to it, and I'm going to use a first level slot to Divine Smite. So that's an extra 9 fire. And I needed to make me a Constitution saving throw, or gain vulnerability to fire until the end of my next turn.
Oh shit, baby.
Okay, so first they take the 18 points of damage total. Also to answer your thing, Shieldbearer, I'm okay with you doing stuff at the end of creatures' turns, kind of like a
No,
legendary
it's
action.
fine. I
But
will
if
do
you
it like
it's
that. from
like
now.
back to back, at the end of your turn I do this, at the
Uh,
start of
well,
the next creature's turn I do this.
yeah.
That's not something I can allow.
The thing is, why I said it's how it technically works, rules as written. It's because the ability specifically says I don't need to have a specific trigger. Well, normally if you, for example, say I will trigger at the start of the turn or at the end of the turn, I don't need to do it, so I can use it anytime. but I can only use it once a turn, so I couldn't do it twice on Sigma's turn. But switching it like that would have been possible. But I'm fine with just saying as reaction to attacks or end of turns.
Yeah, like I'm okay with that. It's just like having using them back to back. I think it might be a little bit too crazy. Also, yes,
I
that's
mean,
a
I will.
20. Go ahead.
I could then just use it at the end of AR's turn, so that's fine.
Yeah. That's 21, so they make it. Just gonna move 10 feet forwards. Comes with the enemies. Okay.
And
There's.
I am.
Yeah.
And I'm gonna use my final bit of movement to fly up 10 feet, well, 15 feet technically, and then use the end of my meteoric incineration to jump straight down. I'm gonna take 1d6. It's tiny damage, but it's still chip damage.
I have
you
a
have a health
question.
potion.
I genuinely do have a question. Can Cygnus accelerate this?
It's not an attack roll.
It's not an attack roll. You could have accelerated my fist at the very least.
I know that, but imagine if that was actually a thing I could do and make you drop faster. It would have been so funny.
It would have been really funny. So I take 2 fire damage, and it takes 4.
What's it called? Yes. I preempt. You know, it was funny. I preemptively gave the creature the damage before rolling the Dexter because I knew it was going to fail. So.
I mean, they can succeed.
So. Anything
If it had
else?
advantage, it
Atlas?
would have succeeded actually.
Mhm.
End turn.
Ace, you're up.
Yeah, so can I then now use it?
Yes, now you can.
Right, so
effectively
yeah.
legendary actions, bro. So like.
I mean, and we said that I can also use it in reaction to enemy attacks because of other things, yeah. But yeah, then make another check.
They fail. They take damage.
Nice. 11 bludgeoning damage. And let me see which ability I can use. Now, this one. If I succeed in shoving a creature, I can reduce its speed to 0. So,
Okay.
Get up.
now its speed is 0.
Damn. What a rough day to be an ogre. Speed is 0. He's locked
Hey,
down.
he didn't talk back, so my goal now is to knock him out. All my attacks are non-lethal, by the way.
I know.
Finding that out now.
So prone, and what do you do for like 0? I guess I'll just put a little like here. What's it called? Alright, Ace, you're up.
Okay, so whatever the friggin' plan for AR for Atlas was, it didn't seem
not
to
work.
work.
Yeah.
So Ace, she got seeing these ogres will go to old fashioned. So you see her flick her duster coat back, pull out Lady Luck, and for a moment you swore she wasn't aiming at anything as she shoots 3 times, but then these 3 bolts of light of like gold force just jut out as she casts friggin' magic missile.
I say,
Yeah, I was gonna say that was a strong magic missile it killed.
Yeah, it's basically her and her hammer.
I was gonna say it's a strong one because your voice cut out midway through.
Yeah.
Oh my god. The magic missile, how
magic
many
missile
missiles
so
at
hard
two?
it killed Bard's mic.
I think it's 3 if it's first level.
Yeah, who are you aiming this 3 magic missiles at? The one on the far right? Okay, roll me your magic missile damage.
Yes. So the first one was 3, second was 4, third one was 5.
So 12
That's
points
9.
of damage total.
Hilarious.
Yeah.
Oof, that one over there is bloodied. Same as the one next to Shield Bearer. Anything else, Ace? As you find a hammer, 3 projectiles fire out at this one. What do you? Oh, you will directing fire.
As a bonus action, I can use arcane duel. So, the who looks hurt?
Who looks hurt? The most.
Who look more hurt?
The one on over there by Silver.
Actually, yeah. Still within range. So you see in her right hand, Ace kind of opens up a little flap on her little gun belt, as you see little cherry bombs come out, as she is going to use her friggin' shocking burst. Her other feature from Wandslinger. What was it? Yeah, shocking burst. So I need the ogre by shield bearer to make me a dexterity save.
It will certainly try. Not good at those.
The fact that potentially later on Rock can actually make you better lightning bombs, if you ever want them.
So, 8 takes 5 points of lightning damage. It is looking a bit beyond bloodied at this point.
EOT, as shield bearer just sees these little cherry bombs just explode and just
Alright.
zap this ogre.
The ogre looks pretty thrown off. What were you gonna say?
I was gonna ask how the tandem turns work, because I wanted to help Valencia if she would also allow it. Set up by throwing an oil bomb on this fucker, but I don't know how that concept works.
The way I usually I didn't properly introduce this rule, I think, during session 0 of tandem turns. Or I can't remember if I did. Did I? It's been a while. What's it called? The way usually tandem turns are supposed to work is that if you roll the same initiative, you can act, back to back, or within the same turn, quote unquote. What's it called? I didn't usually use this for the most part, but I guess since we're getting into it, if you guys are okay with me making this a rule from now on. Of if two or more players' initiatives are back to back, we can do this a rule starting now.
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah,
I'm
fine.
fine with it.
This is perfectly fair.
Sadly, it doesn't seem like I'll be able to help you out then.
No, Rav, the way what I asked was if you are okay with me just doing tandem turns, even if you didn't roll the same initiative, so long as your turns are next to each other.
Okay. Oh yeah, that's fine. Yeah, that was my brain misunderstanding.
So I mean, hey, if you all are okay with me making a rule from now on, then we can do that. Well, that being said, it would technically be both Valencia's and Dr. Rock's turn.
Rock would look at Valencia and would state, Valencia, thine wishes to prove thyself in combat, yes?
Naturally so.
But thine allowed me to set them up for you to knock them down.
She just nods her head as she gets ready to charge in.
Yeah. Rock will just kinda go up. Not really a bother. If he needs to fly, he'll go a few feet. It's not gonna cost him anything. And I'm gonna shoot an oil bomb at it. There is no damage for the bomb, because it's only if they actually take fire damage. I'm just gonna roll to see if I actually hit them.
Okay. 14 will hit.
Okay, they are now coated in oil bomb.
That's a lot. Hold on.
It's just after the first 2 paragraphs, the 3 bombs I got.
Yeah, I'll remind myself to make like separate features for your bombs. That way, it's not like a wall of text. So you can change the no bomb, no damage, cause each creature in the blast radius in a sticky, flammable substance.
It's a 10-foot, so it basically just affects the ogre. Or I can aim, also remove contents where it only affects the target I hit.
Okay. Oh, do you have your discovery that makes so it only affects the target you hit?
Let me see.
I mean, one way or another, he can just throw it like this.
Yeah, no, I just want to make sure for future reference in case of this similar situation happens. But if you have that, then
It was a thing. I have to double. Oh, was it discovery or was it just a thing?
I mean, again, we're gonna just say that for now the oil doesn't fall on AR, but it would be funny. What's it called?
I'd imagine since like AR already has like fire, it just immediately ignites.
Like we're gonna say it doesn't fall on AR for the time being. So now the oil is covered in oil.
It's in bombs. Bombs have the special property. The bonus action, you can empty some of the bomb's explosive material to permanently remove the blast radius from it, dealing damage only to the bomb's target.
Okay. I mean, hey, if you want to use your bonus action, well, we're just gonna say you didn't need to use your bonus action this time around, for this, but yeah.
Yeah, I think I have it if I needed to, because like I'm not really gonna make any other attacks anyway, because I can't also shoot this fucker because I don't have any guns.
Dealing damage to specified targets.
What removes the blast radius?
Applicable to the old bomb because it doesn't deal damage. Oh, that is true. Again, we're just gonna say for the purposes of simplicity here that the oil doesn't hit Atlas, but we're gonna have to like see if this, is how we deal with this later on.
I mean, it's the only bomb I have that's non-damaging.
So you throw an oil bomb. The bomb cracks on top of the ogre, and it's now covered in an oily substance.
Yeah, this bomb's rock has a bomb shape, but it's less of like you see him throw less of what could be considered a bomb and more of just a tightly sealed jar. Or like ceramic jar.
The ceramic jar cracks on top of the ogre, covering him in oil. Any bonus actions? Anything else you want to do?
I can't really bonus action stab him, so yeah, Rock just kinda goes up, tosses the bomb, goes back down, and hand on his hat, tips it a bit to Valencia, like, your turn now.
Alright.
Okay, so as Valencia's getting ready to charge, she does a second wind to heal up a bit, and then charges in. Up to here, and using her breath attack, attacks Dissolve Breath like this.
Yeah, there we go. Okay, so...
And she just announces, "Bear witness!"
Forefathers, one and all. Bear
witness.
Okay, so he takes an extra...
my god.
Okay, so I'll roll that extra 2d6.
Oh my god.
Extra 10, so you took 20 fire damage. There's an extra d6 for each dice of damage, up to half my alchemist level rounded up, and I'm level 4 alchemist. Who took an extra 2d6.
So 20 points of fire damage on this ogre. This ogre is looking pretty bad. You see as when Valencia breathes out. Actually, you describe to us how Valencia's breath weapon looks like here.
I would say it basically looks like in the animation, you can see just like sparks begin like coming out of her mouth as she basically just tries to like light it up, and then once she lights it up, it's basically like a flamethrower just like suddenly activating for like a second, just like spewing out a wave of fire before trickling out.
Okay. So takes like a moment of activation, and then this streak of fire comes out of Valencia's mouth. The horse instinctively ducks like the hell so that you are able to actually aim it properly. And you see as the oil-covered ogre is ignited and it begins to kind of catch on fire. You hear it growl in pain. The ogre is almost dead. Anything else, Valencia?
Also, some fact
That's
fact,
everything from me.
Okay.
Also, fun fact: the blast radius is 5 foot, so literally it would have only affected the ogre. I just hit it in the corner.
I just want to make sure. Alright. Oh shit, I accidentally skipped over the ogre. This ogre, the one next to AR, looks at Valencia, looks at AR. Both of you have cost, and looks at Rock. All three of you have cost grief on
I'm
this
behind a
creature.
I mean, depends on how big the rock is.
It is not smart enough to understand that it's being flanked. It's going to move right here to just be within 5 feet of both of you. And then I'm gonna roll a 1d2 to see who of you it hits. Valencia.
Understandable.
The ogre looks at you, and you see that instead of making like a swing with its arms, like you saw trying to like hit Shilber when Shilber moved away, well, the other one you saw, this one instead puts both its hands forward and seems to reach over to you. I'm going to do this.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
I need you to make me
Okay.
a dexterity saving throw.
Oh, shit!
Nice.
Oh, shit!
Saber suck, baby, exactly. You see as the ogre kind of reaches forward, its jaw like opening very wide to try and bite into you, but right as it's getting closer, you kind of pull the reins of the horse and it kind of like reels back with you, kind of moving your whole body out of the way as the ogre just kind of grabs at the air and ends up not biting into you.
He's all yours, AR.
What is it?
He's all yours, AR, because it's got its back turned to AR now.
Mm-hmm. The other ogre.
Understood. Initiating cleanup.
The other ogre.
It's prone and it can't move. It has 0 movement. It
It
can't
doesn't
get up.
need to move to bite. Shield bear. Dexterity saving throw.
Dodge action, so, wait, right?
Let me do it real quick. Used for a moment.
Wait, were you dodging?
No, but I do have
never
half
mind.
cover, so
Half
Damn.
cover, you add +2 to your. Ooh,
Shield
Yes.
bearer.
but
that's
I
eight.
do have
that's
this,
a 9.
Shield.
which says in the down king, if you're subjected to an effect that allows you to make a dexterity saving throw, you to only take. It's not half
no,
damage.
this
Damn
doesn't-
it! Never
It's
work.
mind.
save or suck, not save or have.
Shield bearer. You have this.
Yeah, shit
this
happens.
ogre.
Wait.
Okay.
Shield master, the first part. You add your shield bonus to it.
That-
Wait, what?
Since you're the only one
that's
taking
not,
it.
I have to meet the DC.
So-
Let's see. If we suggest the effect,
Yeah, no, I don't.
I think that was the original Shield Master. It's
Yeah,
Shield,
like.
new.
Yeah, no, I don't think there's anything here that can help.
Yeah, it's the OG one.
So, Shieldbearer, you are holding this ogre down on the ground, pinning it against the floor and the wall, behind it. And you see as in one of those, one of the arms reaches out, grabs you by the leg, and then proceeds to place your leg into its mouth, biting down hard. You take, how much did it roll? 15 points of piercing damage as the ogre grabs you. You are not grappled. He basically just like bites into your leg, and you're able to pry yourself loose, but after sustaining that damage.
Yeah.
So you need to get no intelligence to begin.
You do hear just a. You do hear a back roar coming from Schubert.
As the round counter reaches 1, I need to change something. Let me pause the music that's playing at the moment.
Countdown.
You all feel a chill in the air, like instinctively feeling like a great pressure in the air. You begin to see as a cloud of dark smoke, not unlike the one you saw earlier, Valencia, during your trial, begins to form at the very edge of the shore. You see as from the smoke a armored humanoid figure begins to rise, almost as if teleporting into from the shadows. The figure itself stands almost at 10 feet tall, 10 or 12 feet tall, same as the ogres. But it seems to be wielding a massive great shield on its left hand, and an equally massive great sword on the right hand, with with ease, almost as if they weigh nothing compared to this creature. The creature's pretty tall, but not quite tall enough to reach the large category. You see that upon closer inspection, its armor appears to be made in such a way that it seems to present screaming faces in agony in its chest plate. On the back of this creature, a large quiver containing dozens of weapons, perhaps of its previous victims, are sticking out from it with no discernible rhyme or reason, almost as if it understands the concept of taking trophies from the fallen. The helmet, a solid steel plate that doesn't quite allow you to see the features, even through the grates of the helmet. But you see one very bright, very large eye staring back from the shadows of this particular creature's helmet. So I need to reveal to you who you just ran into.
Also, I forgot I had this, so I take 1 less damage.
Yo!
Hold up. Where did I?
Yeah, Bard died for a moment there. You see as the creature raises its head rather, and seems to kind of this glint begins to emanate from the single red eye that is visible in its head, and it says, "Kill, cursed." As the entity raises raises its greatsword and points it forward at all of you. Now things have gotten a lot more interesting.
Also, the
What's it
full
called?
body
Atlas,
image of it in the general.
Atlas responds, "Kill. Your directive has been acknowledged, and I will comply."
Uh-oh.
Lady Knight,
Uh-oh.
changing priority to new target. Is this acceptable?
Yes, it is. Free to
Understood.
engage.
Rock, looking to Atlas, would ask her for them. Would thine require an oil explosive, or would thine request mine full destructive capacity?
We take it out in one hit. Oil is preferred.
Right. Now, Shieldbearer. You see this figure, like same as everybody else, that has manifested from the cloud of black smoke. What do you do?
Dash to rampant charge against him.
Okay.
I can move all the way to here, so if I succeed, we will go from there.
You jump over the sarcophagus, try to reach this creature. It will make the athletics check. Hold on. I have fucked up with the modifier here. I actually gave you the wrong check. Alright, there we go.
Plus 30!
No. It does have it does have proficiency bonus of plus. Well, actually, I was about to say something, but the actual number didn't represent it.
Yeah.
You see as you actually rush in, shield first. You try to knock him down. Your shield does connect with its body, but then you notice something. At first, the cloud of smoke didn't allow you to see, but you do notice this creature seems to be hovering above the ground. Its feet are not actually touching the ground. It is immune to the prone condition due to a hover speed.
Oh no!
I mean,
you are a bum.
It still works to do with this. Instead of pushing it prone, its speed is 0.
I mean, hey, let's see how good that works.
And he is technically pushed in front of me.
Hold on. So how could you trace your movement real quick, or how did you?
I moved with dash here, and I bashed him through him and moved him with me through the ability.
Okay. So he's 10 feet in front of you.
Rampant charge just takes them with me however far I go, and I believe I can choose to either push them 5 feet, push them prone, push them 10 feet, or make their speed 0. So I just moved him right in front of me, making his speed 0.
Okay.
Ready to reactions and do this.
The Pursuer as a legendary action. You see as it begins to kind of hunch over a little bit. Again, making like this sort of like very distorted voice come out of its body. And you see as from its body 3 orbs of darkness begin to manifest. I need Shieldbearer, Doc Rock, and Valencia to make me a dexterity saving throw.
Oh no.
Damn.
This wouldn't be a ranged weapon attack, would it?
No.
Oh, you suck. I cannot use ionize.
I have a decent deck save too, and I just rolled shit.
So, that is 46
Oh,
points
hey,
of necrotic
Shieldbearer.
damage.
Jibber, you have evasion. You have your evasion thing. You did it with the deck save. You for half. You have your shield master.
What?
That's
No,
only if it affects one person.
No. Shieldmaster is if it allows me to take half damage, but it's only when I succeed to take no damage.
Yeah, but you still take half, even though you failed. That's what I'm saying.
No, it's not like full-on evasion.
It's not
It's
full-on
pseudo-evasion.
evasion. Yeah, if I succeed, I can take no damage instead. But I didn't succeed.
Okay.
That was at the end of
Never mind then.
Shieldbearer's turn. Cygnus.
Cygnus is gonna yell to like Shieldbearer, or like because like the ogre's between him, Ace, and the thing. So he has to prioritize the targets, and Ace seems pretty fucking squishy, so he's gonna just yell out, "I'll deal with the beast. East handle the creature." It's just gonna fucking rush in. in. Just gonna rush into 30 feet. And
Right.
since it's prone, he has advantage. He's going to swap the thing back into a cane. He has a card in his other hand. And he is going to smack him with the cane. Fuck.
16
No,
does
that
still
was
hit.
still hit.
That hit.
Yeah, 16 does still
All I
hit.
can say is, all I can say out of character is thank God I made 2 healing potions and I kept one of them.
Ooh, the ogre is still alive.
Thankfully, here's the thing. So, get carded. I need to create one for when I don't add my dex to it.
Roll your attack?
Give me a second. I just need to do this.
I mean, if you card a dagger, because the dagger is just a D4, right?
Yeah, it's a D4.
Alright, hits.
That's a 17.
Yeah, that hits.
No sneak attack. No sneak attack. Sorry.
3 points.
That's a 3.
damage. Hold on. How do you want to do this on the ogre?
You just
Oh my fucking god.
you just see like the ogre starts trying to stand up. Cygnus fucking like smacks X's arm aside. It hits it with a card, and then wait, where the fuck is it? Where the fuck is it? There it is.
It's visceral attack the ogre. You reach forward with your weapon, just digging it deep into the ogre's like chest, and then just rip it out of it. The ogre kind of just gurgles a little bit and dies.
Bonus action dash 30 feet back towards it's next to Ace.
You already used your bonus action.
Yeah, you
to
already
make
used
it
your bonus
add-
action. Yeah.
No, it doesn't
No,
use bonus action with
Oh,
Nick.
okay.
It doesn't use. It's
Oh, instead of a
essentially like
bonus, yeah,
quote unquote
but-
extra attack.
Yeah.
Yeah, my brain skimmed over it and missed the instead of.
So what do you do now? Cygnus?
Yeah.
Friggin' weapon masters are cool.
I can't do fuck all. That is gonna be my turn.
At the end of your turn,
There are weapon mastery.
next legendary action from the pursuer, you see as the pursuer's blade, he kind of holds it aloft and begins to glow like a sort of like bluish coloration.
God.
It's this is gonna be with disadvantage, cause he can only because a range attack, but he will target one of you with this with a dark bolt as he shoots from the weapon.
Would you count this as a weapon attack?
I
quote
just
unquote?
said.
No, I hate it. I hate it. Oh, I hate it so much. My thing only specifies weapons.
What's it called?
Well, no, Bard. He just said it was a weapon attack.
I'm
Yeah.
considering it a weapon attack.
Oh shoot! Never mind.
1, 2, 3.
I'm a dumbass. It
1, 2.
It just cut
3,
out.
4, 5. And 3, 4, 5.
No,
Cause you're not, cause you're right on his face. He's not gonna try to shoot you with this, you there.
No, I'm for once happy. I'm bloodied.
Doc Rock.
All attack have advantage against me.
Doc Rock, the Dark Bolt's coming your way. But before that, Ace has something.
Yeah. Friggin' hold up.
Ugh.
So the pursuer must
Ionize!
make
Give me
a wisdom
Come on,
save.
fail by 5 or more. Fail by 5 or more. Yeah, that is a fail.
It is a fail.
But it's
I
not by
mean-
5 or more.
Do I even need to say it at this point?
legendary resistance to succeed.
Yeah.
I already... At least it
Oh,
uses up one.
Let's hope it doesn't do more than 23 damage.
Let's hope. Let's fucking pray.
Why would you say that?
22, 21. I am on 2 health.
Oh god.
Oh, fuck. Actually, hold on. Scratch that. It is a disadvantage. It's a ranged attack. There's a creature within 5 feet of him. Let me roll another one.
Come on.
We used the same damage. Okay, it was a 15.
What is
I think that
your...
misses. That misses. Oh no, it hit exactly by 1.
no,
I
wait.
fucking won.
No, wait, what is your AC?
Oh,
15.
the 11 damage.
I will use my reaction to rush up to Doc Ock. And because of my shield bear ability, grant him half cover, boosting his AC by 2.
Does that proc an up attack from the pursuer?
It does.
Well, then let's see. Let's see how this goes. Hold on, let me change the sheets. Go ahead.
And it's no longer a disadvantage.
It's with advantage because I used my rush attack earlier.
So Pursuer's Sword.
Make it speed 0.
Fool. Oh no.
It hits.
So the attack on... So basically the way this happens is that, Shield Bearer, you see as the Pursuer raises the weapon, the blade begins to glow blue, and he doesn't point it at you, but points it at a rock, and you realize something's about to happen. Basically time slows down here as you move out of the way, just in time as a bolt of energy shoots from the sword. It's about to hit a rock, but you manage to interpose your shield in the way, and as you do that, a swing comes from the side of your ribs as it tries to hit you. Oh, damn. Hold on, wrong. I keep forgetting to switch to the other tab. Only 8 slashing.
7 because of my fortitude.
Okay.
But I helped the rock.
Yeah. I'm gonna use my bonus action for a different thing next turn. It's still gonna be healing. It's just gonna be a different form of healing.
Okay. That was at the end of Cygnus's turn. Ace.
I will ask, once again, humbly, to swap turns to try to give it vulnerability again.
Yes, because I was also planning on casting Burning Hands on this mofo.
Alright, I'm burning up all of my Divine Fervor. I'm going to activate Meteoric Incineration again. Taking 1 Divine Fervor.
I can leave roll
10,
14.
15, and then I'm going to use my Mobility Booster as a bonus action to move 15 feet over here. Which means that I have 45 feet movement left, and it doesn't take opportunity attacks because mobility booster. That's how mobility boosters works. And I'm going to try to punch and grab this guy. So, athletics check, beat an 18.
The Pursuer will try just that.
All right,
Fails.
grabbed, and oh, he's medium size. I fly 45 feet up. As I'm grappling him, and I have advantage on my attack with him. So... Damn it! 14.
Will miss. You basically grab the Pursuer, fly up 40 feet, and right as you're trying to punch him, it's like that scene in Endgame where like Thanos punches Captain Marvel.
Yeah.
And ding, it's just your face kind of like connects, but it doesn't seem to flinch.
Boom! And, just kind of, alright, so that didn't, work, unfortunately, but... I hope you can fly! As, they are going to just toss the Pursuer straight down. Can it avoid falling damage?
You say, I hope you can fly. You toss, and to your surprise, the Pursuer seems to match height with you and says, I can.
Oh no! Oh no!
As it seems
Wait,
to be
what
hovering,
happened?
it seems to be hovering the 45 feet up with you.
Oh god. Alright, well, y'all... Fuck.
Grab it and bring it down!
I can't. I don't have any more actions.
Oh,
and
no.
turn.
Can you try and like?
No, I'm done. Action, bonus action movement, and turn.
Ace, is your turn.
Well, it is up there. He's up there with you. This is bad. This is very bad. Think. What?
Wait a second. Sorry. Meteoric incineration works as bad flyer. I'm falling.
Oh shit!
No! Does he fall with you?
No, because he's no longer grappled.
Well,
You should have just brought him down with you
Well, we
rather than
didn't
throwing
know-
him.
well, we did.
I mean,
know.
I thought I was trying to do like the way
Oh.
meteoric incineration works is I grab, fly straight up, throw him down, and then zoom, right back down. That's the tactic. It's not my fault he could fly.
Oh no!
Also, the problem is, if he stays in the air, I'm the only outside of Atlas. I'm the only other fucker who can deal with him because I'm the only one with a flying speed.
Well, no. Here's what's happened. His movement. How long does the movement reduction last, Shiver?
Oh my God,
I
yeah.
believe only that round.
I mean, but like until the start of your turn, until the end of your next
Yeah,
turn.
can you post it?
I can scroll up to it.
Current turn, so it's only
Fuck.
it's
Yeah.
no longer active.
If you successfully shove a creature, you can choose to reduce its speed to 0 until the end of the current turn, rather than push it or knock it prone.
That sucks.
Damn. Well.
As Atlas is just like you kind of like see the like just the flames that boost them up start to like sputter and like you see just kind of like smoke like give out as it just kind of burns out and Atlas just falls.
You fall prone, hitting the sand underneath you, taking 7 points of falling damage. Ace, what are you gonna do as you see the imposing armored figure with the glowing red eye like look down at you from 45 feet above?
Well, since friggin' Atlas just got knocked down to Earth, what we gonna do? Think. Yeah, because their plan didn't work yet. You know, yeah, I'm gonna save that second little slot for it. We are going to, and he's 45 in the air, you bum. Okay. We gonna have to... We have to think about this. Frigate. We are going to try and... Yeah, we just gonna shoot old dude with Lady Luck twice. With blam ammo. 20 to hit.
Hits.
Blammo 13?
13 will miss.
Okay, so... Takes 8 force damage.
You see that when you hit with your force-based weaponry, he seems to absorb most of the hit. He is resistant to force damage.
Shit.
He's a friggin' helmed horror. That's what he is, you
Yeah.
bomb.
Do you guys think this guy counts as an undead or a fiend?
I don't know.
Or does that have a
I don't know.
holy bomb, which does more damage to them?
Yeah. Friggin' bonus actions. I don't have bonus actions unless I cast a spell. Boy. For right now, we'll post up by the coffin and use it as cover.
You're so fucking cool. What the fuck's happening in Dark Souls 2? What's it called? Alright, so you post up by the coffin. His turn hasn't come back up yet, so he can't do his interactions to move.
Well, question: could I object interaction move the friggin' lid to make it half cover at least?
Are you trying to like pull the lid? Are you trying to like pull the lid towards you so you can hide under it?
Yes, like in Western movies, where hide behind
Sure,
the
I'll allow you
friggin'
to do
table.
that. I'll allow you to do that. So Ace, you post up behind cover. Valencia, it is your turn. Well, same thing, Valencia and Rock.
Valencia can't use her fire breath anyway, so
It's like we may as well just stab ogre.
yep, Valencia is gonna maneuver to get a bit of distance between herself and whatever the hell that thing is. Moving up to here and attacking with her lance.
Alright.
Damn.
You know what?
Not-
Screw it. This thing needs to die, and it needs to die quick. I'm gonna use Action Surge to attack it again.
Go ahead.
Ahem.
Hold on. A 12 does it.
Wait,
We don't know. Yeah.
Nice.
Oh shit, they have low AC, thank god.
Yeah, they're
does
ogres.
it fall prone?
They're a big target to hit. So 9 points of piercing damage, and then you want to topple them?
Yep.
Oh, actually, never mind. How do you wanna kill the ogre or get rid of it?
Yeah.
I guess I basically have my horse like dash past it, and as it like tries turning around, yeah, just stab it in the back.
The way Miyazaki intended.
Uh-huh.
Miyazaki didn't direct Dark Souls 2, by the way.
Well, what he would have intended.
I didn't direct Dark Souls 2. I don't know what you want me to say. So
Well,
you dash past the ogre, and right as its slow body's starting to turn around, you right in the back, like a little bit behind the ribs. You stab with your lance, and the creature just lets out like a final sort of like death gurgle and also falls.
Tell me have a sand taste, little man.
He can't because he's dead. So anything else, Valencia?
Yep, gonna use Second Wind, and does my Fire Breath recharge? Nope, it doesn't.
Dang.
That's everything.
Alright. Dr. Rock, what are you gonna do?
I'm also going to use my second wind.
Alright.
I was thinking of healing Shield Bear, but I've got one healing potion I can do as a bonus session. I'm gonna save that for if somebody gets knocked out. Because then I can immediately get you up.
Okay. In that case,
That's
what
the
are
only-
you
not
gonna
that
do
it-
with your actions?
So I recover 7, so I'm up to 30. I'm going... He's currently 45 feet up, which is why he's out of my range, so I'm gonna fly up 15 feet, so he's within 30 feet. I'm gonna shoot a poison bomb at him.
Okay.
The 20 hit.
20 will hit.
Okay, here's Venom Bomb.
Directed by Fortunately 97. Thank you for this edit. I appreciate it. I will include it in the fan art Friday at the start of the next session.
So it is a DC. So it's 10 poison damage, and it's a DC 14 con save.
DC 14 con save. Let's see.
Let me just double check my bomb DCs to make sure it's technically right. So let's see, it's 8 plus my intelligence, so that's 8 plus 3, so that is 11. Yeah, it's DC 14.
It makes sense.
Oh, it was also shot. The poison damage still goes through as normal. It's just to give him a disadvantage on his next strength, dex, or con save.
No, okay. So still takes 10 points of poison damage, which all go through. He's not immune or resistant to poison.
Hey, and even if he was, it would be at most half. And then I'm gonna fly behind the rock over here, so I'm out of range.
All right.
And just land behind it. Take cover.
You don't want to look at what's coming. The pursuer.
Rock would also have said thanks. Actually, let me see how far it was. Actually, that might not go far. Let's see. When he did his fucked up shit, I was 20 feet. So yeah, I'll go just here. So I'm just kind of out the way.
Jess, and now I will die.
Pursuer looks down at Atlas on the ground, and and looks over at you, and you all hear like it's the garbled voice coming. What's it called? As the pursuer is now going to proceed to plunge attack Atlas.
No!
Oh shit!
God! Roll out the way! Roll out the way!
Advantage!
As you see, it drops basically, like falls the full 45 feet, and is going to try to hit you. And if he hits you, he'll add the extra 4d6 to the attack.
Does that include like a dex save, or was that like different ruling?
Remember how we do the rulings on plunging attacks? It just transfers the damage of the falling attack.
Okay, gotcha.
Like, if he hits, he adds the damage. If he misses,
basically, if he hits the damage, he adds half of the falling damage onto the target.
So
if he misses, he just takes the full falling damage.
So if this is a great sword damage, you're basically getting hit by 2 great swords for the price of 1.
But because you're prone, Atlas, when he comes down with the attack, there's gonna be an advantage.
Yaha.
Doesn't matter!
At least it wasn't a crit. It was really close.
Roll that damage.
Hold on. First, I'm gonna roll the falling damage that it would have been. So you only get taken additional 4 on top of what the sword's about to do.
So 18.
As like they land with their swords, sticking it into the armor. As it sees the armor begin to glow a bright cyan. Come down with me. As I'm using Hellish Rebuke.
Okay. Pursuer will make a dex save.
Hey, he failed.
Oh shit!
Nice.
Takes 10.
Surprise!
Surprise, motherfucker!
Will it use its legendary resistance?
Now I feel like now I wish I used an oil bomb.
It's only 10 points of fire. It doesn't worry too much against that.
As you just kind of see like out from like the slice that like the sword made in, there's just like just kind of like a magma eruption like upwards, coating its hand.
Wait, fuck, sorry, nope, didn't mean to do that, I was meaning to check that, sorry.
What's it called? The streak of fire reaches the pursuer, who seems not... It's clearly that it's trying to ignore pain as much as possible, but you do see that part of the armor becomes like charred. is, however, looking like it still wants some smoke with all of you. That being said,
Where there is smoke, there is fire.
that being said, we are at the normal end time of our session. Yeah, and just as we oh, actually, hold on, the pursuer still has another attack.
Oh no!
Against me?
Oh
yeah,
no!
you're prone on the ground. It's trying
Yeah.
to finish off.
Well, you know, I think a crit hits. I'm not sure.
I mean, hey, at least it wasn't on the plunge.
15, 16, 17, 18. Okay, I am unfortunately out. Just exactly, though.
I refuse!
Oh, shit!
Yo, let's friggin' go!
I 1d6
That is a 1d6 plus 4, I believe. Please. No!
8.
I'm still up. No, I'm still up. It was
Doing
18
okay.
exactly.
Oh shit!
I had 18 hit points exactly, so you came in clutch anyway.
So you get 8. Nice.
And Atlas still has
Cygnus fucking throws the card.
You basically
And it was
what
my
happens
last spell slot.
is that right as the pursuer is about to bring the sword down again on Atlas, at the last possible second you throw a card right at the wrist of the pursuer. It makes the attack just go a little bit off to the side, and instead of basically doing like a, you know, like a center mass like stab with the greatsword, it ends up getting you like right at the very edge of the ribs, Atlas.
Fucking good shit. Thank you very much. Holy shit.
What's it called? He only has one attack.
And he's still got the
he only has
potion.
two attacks. He only has two attacks a turn, so he can't do another one. What's it called? Damn, does he want to move knowing he hasn't finished the job? He is going to move a little bit to the side as he hovers right here. What's it called? And that will be the end of Pursuer's turn. The ogres are dead. We are back at the top initiative, but like I said before, we are at the end time of our session because we started a little bit later than usual. What's it called? My question is, do you guys want to continue the encounter or call it here at the top of initiative?
I wanna finish
Do you
it.
think...
Finish this shit!
Hold
Wait,
on,
hold on, y'all.
one at a time, one at a time.
Hold up.
Let's be reasonable about this. How, do you think we could feasibly, like, take this down? Like, right now? Like, in a turn, I'll say.
In a turn?
Is it feasible?
In a single turn?
Yeah.
Probably not. But...
In a round,
Oh, in a
this
round.
I mean.
In my bad.
Yes.
In a single round, probably
Yeah,
probably
that was
not.
my-
But, you know, you
Okay.
can always try.
Like,
Uh,
I'm not gonna ask for
because-
exact numbers, but it's like, what percentage hurt would you say it is?
like, I don't mind leaving it off here because it is actually like a really cool, like,
It's
you
a
know,
cool
it's
climactic.
it's tense, like, end of
Love
Dragon
that.
Ball episode, you know? I don't mind that. Like, if we were
here.
close, I would say, yeah, let's extend it. But I think that if we're gonna be fighting a little bit longer, fuck yeah, let's end it here.
Okay. In
Like, I
that
don't mind
case-
either way.
yeah, actually, what is everybody else's opinion?
Next time on Dragon Ball Z, we beat up this dude.
So we have 2 for next time.
fair
point. Nathan, go ahead.
Fair point. We'll say though that fucking came in clutch.
It did.
So it seems people
I mean,
want
I'm
to...
fine with doing it next time, but now I need to write in my notes what my idea is to do.
Okay. So it seems we're going to be picking this up next time. So, in that case, you guys are now stuck in combat with the Pursuer. I should point out, there is no fog wall stopping you from leaving at any point. What's it called? Like I said, it was a little bit more straightforward to enter this trial. It was just kind of like a circular stair down to the shore. So retreat is always
You
an
guys wanna-
option.
You guys want to bait it in a choke point, and I'll just huck like plasma launchers
Rocks at it.
No, plasma launcher. Like plasma launcher deals graze, which means that even if I miss, I hit. Which means if we grab him in if we like stick him in like a choke point and just like go around the corner and just like It'll just be like an actual Souls game.
Like Jericho, I wish my turn was like right after yours or just before, because I have oil bombs and you have your plasma thing, so we can do consistent fire damage extra.
What's it called? I mean, hey, you guys can figure out a strategy for next time. But until then, for those of you who are watching the stream and still are watching at this point, thank you guys so much for watching. Share the video around, like it, subscribe, because a lot of my audience not subscribed apparently. But be sure to tune in next time for the whatever may happen to this squadron against this strange enemy. I mean the pursuer. What's it called? Be sure to tune in next time, and thank you once again for watching. Everybody say goodbye.
Thank you.
See you around, peeps.
Before I end things up, just a little bit on the side. Again, shout-outs to all of those who have been taking part in the stream. Shout-outs to you, Mentelis, for the fan art. Shout-outs as well to, a Sound Phenomenon for providing the most of the ambience that I've been using on the side, as well as Larian for providing the ambience for Baldur's Gate 3 that I've also been using on the side. Thank you guys for watching. See y'all soon.